to 27th of April in 2023 in this same hotel, and to further education transformation globally. The theme, ladies and gentlemen, for this conference is innovative curriculum approaches for sustainable education in a globalized world. The conference has been organized under 11 sub-themes, and these include ICT and artificial intelligence integration in education, sustainability and global citizenship in education, indigenous knowledge systems and localized curriculum. We also have a theme on competency-based curriculum development and implementation, technical vocation, education and training, skills development and entrepreneurship. We shall also be discussing matters of climate change education, green economy, and green jobs. We shall also be discussing as well inclusivity in education, teacher training and capacity building, innovations in instructional materials development, early childhood care, and education. So those are the themes which we are going to discuss over the coming 2 days. The conference secretariat received 130 abstracts coming from more than 11 countries across the globe, many of them in the global north and others in the global south. We went through a detailed double-blind peer review process for purposes of quality assurance, and after going through that process, 72 abstracts and 6 posters were accepted and have been published in the Book of Abstract, which I believe all of us have before us. Well, you have received copies and you are looking at the Book of Abstracts. All papers underwent an anti-plagiarism test as part of the quality assurance process. This conference is a combination of both physical and online presentations. So as we start now, a number of our delegates are attending virtually. The conference will have 4 keynote speakers or speeches related to the theme. And also we shall have a panel discussion on the topic bridging the gap between education and the world of work. And the question during the panel discussion we shall be examining is whether our curricula are producing future-ready graduates. It's a global challenge, and we shall be addressing it in this conference. A book of conference proceedings has been published, will be published on the NCDC website within 1 month. So 1 month after this conference, we shall publish the conference proceedings, the full conference proceedings, and they will be available on our website. The best papers which will emerge from this conference will be upgraded and published in the NCDC Journal of Curriculum Development, Evaluation, and Education, with permission from the authors. We have organized, ladies and gentlemen, a conference dinner and a cultural performance which will be presented by one of the top cultural groups in the country, Ndere Cultural Troupe, and the conference dinner and the cultural performance is for today, Thursday, the 20th of August, and it will start at 7:30 p.m., and you are all invited. And the venue, of course, as I've indicated, is Peak Resort Convention Center, Minyoyo. That's the venue of the dinner. And the dress code, whereas we are recommending dress code of a cultural attire of your choice, but we are free to come the way you feel comfortable. So you'll not be denied entry when you don't put on a cultural attire. There will be a post-conference tour to Uganda Wildlife Education Center in Entebbe, and we shall also go to the source of River Nile in Jinja, and the post-conference event will be on Saturday, the 22nd of August, which will be paid for by the delegates, but at a subsidized rate of United States dollars 50 if you prefer to pay in dollars, or if you prefer to pay in local currency, it is Uganda shillings 180,000 shillings. So you can get to our website, you register. We have a number of our staff at the reception. So if you want to register to attend the post-conference event, please feel free to do so. I would like to thank the members of the editorial board for reviewing the papers which were submitted, and the organizing committee who worked tirelessly to ensure the success of this conference. And on that note, I would like to request the members of the organizing committee who are present here and the members of the editorial board. I may not introduce you in individual capacities, but I request that all the members of the organizing committee who are present in the room, grateful, Luigi Giussani, if I don't pronounce it well, please excuse me.
You are right.
Luigi, Uwezo Uganda, we are grateful, Uwezo Uganda. Aga Khan Foundation, we are grateful, Aga Khan Foundation. The Regional Education Learning Initiative, RELI, we are so grateful. Kimanya Ngeyo, if you are present, we are so grateful. CIPRO Publishing Company, CIPRO, British Council, National Council for Higher Education, please stand up. I can see Dr. Nakachwa. We are grateful for the support you have offered. War Child Canada, thank you. Site Savers, Building Tomorrow, Makerere University Business School, Makerere University Business School. I know you are behind the machines, but you can stand for recognition. Okay, that's Makerere University Business School. National Union of Disabled Persons of Uganda, NUDIPU. St. Leo's College, Kyegobe. I happen to be an OB of St. Leo's College, Kyegobe, and they supported us in this conference. Katalemwa Chezaya Home. Educate, if you're present, please stand up for recognition. Uganda National Examinations Board. Thank you, and the chairperson of the session is from UNEB. The NCDC SACCO, I saw the chairperson. Where is the NCDC SACCO members? Thank you, NCDC Circle and the Vision Group. As I wind up, ladies and gentlemen, I wish all the delegates a pleasant stay in Uganda for God and my country. And the person speaking to you is Dr. Richard Irumba. Substantively, I'm the Deputy Director for National Curriculum Development Center, and I was honored to be the chairperson of this, the conference organizing committee. Thank you.
A loud round of applause for Dr. Irumba. Louder than that, he deserves a round. Thank you, Doctor, for that overview. Ladies and gentlemen, time is not on our hands, and we shall go straight to the first keynote address, and the professor to take us through this address is Professor Benson Banda. Professor Banda holds a PhD in education management and administration. He is the director of National Science Center, Ministry of Education in Zambia. Professor is also responsible for STEM education at Robert Gideon University and president of SMASE of Africa. He has many publications in his hands, and he has delivered very many papers at international conferences. Join me in receiving Professor Banda. He will be presenting for 30 minutes. Then we shall be having a discussion for 10 minutes, and then the plenary discussion will take 20 minutes. Professor Banda, you have the floor.
And Chair, as Professor takes over, we've only learned that the Director in CDC is just delayed in a very serious jam along this road. As we all saw, there are many activities, including graduation, but she'll be here any moment from now. Thank you.
Wow. Please, I don't want to be led into temptation. I may drive this vehicle.
It is, they are safe where they are, don't worry, Prof.
Yeah, you know, temptations come in so many ways. Yeah, all right. Good morning. Please greet your neighbor in any language so that I relax a bit. Try to greet. If there's no neighbor, greet the chair.
And in Zambia, I know at this time they greet Mulibwanji.
Mulibwanji.
And then you answer Tulibuino.
Tulibuino.
Sure.
Wow. Okay. First easy discussion, and I am shivering because of one thing. The two who are here, I didn't know that's how they planned it. One is a designer of the curriculum, the other one is an assessor. So I'm wondering, what am I going to do here? And they are seated next to each other there. But by God's grace, we hope to proceed. do we improve the curriculum is not the question. The question is, how do we redesign education so that it truly works for Africa, by Africa, with Africa? My concern is, we are good in Africa to reform. And we reform. So my question is, why do we do a lot of reformations? Maybe somewhere we don't take time to reflect on what has it that we have done before, which is making us do things in a different way. And I will be talking to that very shortly. Yesterday, I think IT, is it okay? IT, please, the timekeeper, pause the time. This thing is blinking. But I'm seeing it here. What should I do?
I think IT is also doing some curriculum reform, wherever he is. IT, can you sort that very fast so we don't waste professor's time?
It is now blinking backwards. Oh, it has come back.
Yes, the Holy Spirit has come.
Therefore, I bind you. All right. I think we are getting somewhere. I'll try to do what I can. Here, I have put a question, and that's why I would have loved to see if this can be shown. That is IT, yeah? Do I continue talking? Oh. I don't know.
Prof, you can continue your discussion so that later, when technology improves, the audience will catch up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. I have had an opportunity. I work in the Ministry of Education, and for the past 32 years, I've been there as a teacher and also in all these other portfolios. I have always asked one question, and the question is, what is Ministry of Education, or what is the core of education? And I think yesterday I told my brother here that I went up to Mbale. I went up to Mbale yesterday and Ginger, and I found a team of head teachers. Then I asked the same question: what is the core of education? And the answer was very interesting. Others think it's parents, others say it's community, others say it's planning, others say. So I get so confused to say, what is education? If you say Ministry of Health, there are three important ingredients. That is the patient, the doctor, and the medicine. Am I correct? Could I be correct? And if I say the army is what? The enemy, the soldier, and the gun. Correct? Now, what is education? And this is what I've been asking. The answers are interesting. We are coming from the education sector. We may not understand. I'm not here to examine anybody, but I think you have found there are three important things which make education. And I'm proposing to us today that one thing which makes education is the curriculum and its intentions. There is one thing to have a curriculum, but there's another thing to have intentions in the curriculum. Curriculum and its intentions is one. Then the other one is the teacher and what? Teaching. It's one thing to have a person called a teacher, But it's another thing to have what we call what? Teaching. Another thing we have is the learner and learning. So the teacher, the curriculum and its intentions, which has brought us here today, the learner, the teacher and their teaching, and the learner and the learning. Now, what comes out of here? The chairperson for this, I thank God that you are chairing. No matter what has happened, I'm assured that this year, the examination will take place in Uganda. So the relationship between the curriculum and the learner is measured every year, whether the curriculum was done properly or not. So that route, we have an answer. So the every year examination, e.g. UNEP, which is here, you will examine. Whether we have COVID or not, examinations went on. We didn't mind whether learning took place or not, but we examined, we measured. I have a problem. Curriculum and teacher is assumed. We don't have tangible data to show that what is going on right now, today, in all the lessons in Africa and in the world. It's a silent thing. It's hidden. Then we also have a situation of the teacher and the learner. This thing is like a marriage. The maximum you can escort your child and your in-law is but the door of the bedroom where they are sleeping. What happens inside there is by faith. So it is a situation where after the curriculum has been designed, after the teacher has, when you take them to the classroom, you have closed that door. And we are waiting for 9 months if there will be somebody saying there is a child born inside there. And these two black boxes are the source of concern for me. And you find that as I stand here, different places in Africa put this differently. There's here, I can see an example. There is National Curriculum Development Center on its own, correct? There's UNEP on its own. Now, who owns the other one? Who owns this one? The assessor, we know. The design of the curriculum, we know. You agree with me? And then we know the one who is going to what? Create it. We know the one who is going to do what? Examine it. But how about how much is these two? How much do we know? The area of teaching and learning. And this is what is going to mark my key. So the first thing I see is, this thing I stopped, please. This. Okay, a black box. I see a black box system effect where some things are highlighted, but the two are that flight M370. We don't know what is going on. It's by faith. Secondly, whose mandate, my mandate syndrome is so pronounced in Africa? Is it your mandate? Is it my mandate? I assume the curriculum designer is a teacher, correct? And for him or her to design a curriculum is a super teacher. When was the last time they were in class to check how the teacher is behaving with the last curriculum? The assessor of the examination is a teacher. Am I correct? Are they there today to check how the learning is going on? Before they set the, in Uganda, you use constraints. I like that name. Constraint of contract. What are those words? Element of construct, and elements of what? Construct. I've developed an interest in that scenario. And Zambia has borrowed. We thank you. We came to borrow. But we don't know how we'll land with those. Now, a lot of people argue it's not your mandate to design your curriculum. It's not my mandate to assess their curriculum. But how about the teacher? What mandate has the teacher? In this discourse, what is the mandate of the teacher? Is it a designer? Then we have the new curriculum, old consultant syndrome. What do I mean? The new curriculum comes, The people who are going to be called to help the curriculum designers to develop, they don't understand it themselves. But they will write those elements, they will assess those elements, they have never practiced it. Total confusion. We need to reflect seriously. So, as we do this, I've never seen a place where whenever a curriculum is being written and the books are being produced, we call teachers, am I correct? To come and help, am I correct? When we are setting exams, we call teachers, am I correct? To come and help, correct? When they start teaching, we use the teachers, correct? So a teacher is a center in all this. 1 minute is with curriculum, the other minute is with assessment, the other minute is in class. Who is this person? To me, he's a superhero. He's more than all of these who have mandates. So, the continental diagnosis I'm seeing here, don't worry, Zambia uses E, in Kenya you use Y. When I Googled to check, these things are just semantics, so don't worry. Whether it's competence or competency, it's fine. Now, when we looked at this, I am a president for Maths and Science in Africa. For the past 10 years, we have been working on this to ask these questions. I see 3, in the 19 countries we looked at, you can say 3, you can say 6, depending on where you come from. 1, I'm still trying to identify the difference between critical thinking and problem solving. Where is the boundary? When am I saying I'm critical thinking or I'm problem solving? I'm yet to be baptized. So they may be in one group. When I'm communicating and collaborating, I think to collaborate, there's an element of communication, correct? So I'm confused, so don't worry. So when you see me use the word 3 or 6, you can split depending on where you come from. You can bring them together depending on where you are. So it can either be. And when can I say I am creative? I'm creative. Creative and innovation, I'm yet to be taught. But I feel those words exist. Now, with that being the case, when all this data was collected and looked at, the first layer is prominent in almost all the 19 African countries, but critically underrepresented. The curriculum says we are developing this curriculum to make a country independent and free. They want to be job creators. They want to protect the environment. They want to living together. But look at the results. 5 talk about entrepreneurship in their curriculum. How do you become an entrepreneurial country? 3 talk about environmental sustainability. And 1 talks about a very critical element, Ubuntu, working together as a team. And that's why you find that within the systems, even in one ministry, people are pulling each other. They cannot collaborate because the important ingredient is missing, Ubuntu. So the competence gap, I think for me, is that you see a situation where the policy documents and practice, there's a disconnection. The policy talks something, the practice something else. Competency are mandated by policy, yet classroom remains teacher-centered and exam-driven. Ask a teacher to be innovative, they will tell you, we want to focus on the examination. So we teach the exam, we don't teach the learner. Global local misalignment. Our frameworks in Africa, if I ask, where did we get the word critical thinking? Was it African born? Or do we have that word? So we have words which are defining, but not African realities. And I'll be talking to that shortly. Assessment and learning mismatch. We assess recall rather than application, creativity and character. Can we clap for UNEB Uganda? All of us, I'll tell you the reason. When Curriculum Development Center introduced the lower secondary curriculum, And it went. Our curriculum designers made their part. The teachers did their own story. When the first exam came, do you remember, sir? There was an uproar because they never set the exam on what is, you remember those lower level, increasing difficulty. The question came, boom, and everyone was shocked. So using UNEB, the curriculum teacher, the teacher got shocked. Oh, that's what it means? Now the teacher is anxious to see, how do I strategize now to start answering in a different way? Uganda, you are the pioneer for Africa. I give you credit for that. Now, the continental diagnosis, let's look at Uganda's own data. The lower secondary curriculum framework of 2019, there are 5 generic skills there, and learner-centered, and these are the words we have put there. Critical thinking, problem solving, creativity and innovation, cooperation and self-directed learning, mathematics. I've seen those. And as I've said, in 2025, Uganda is the first A-level, continental first, in this direction of competence-based education. I have evidence to that. Congratulations to Uganda. However, tracking this journey, which I've been following through my team I have here, only 34% of teachers were trained on portfolio-based assessment. You have seen where the issue is? The actual teacher, only 34% were trained, meaning there's a missing gap somewhere. And the exam to coursework ratio of 80 to 20, UNEB, I am here to be convinced. Because competency says what learners are able to do. Now, you cannot be able to do 5 years in 3 hours. That's where my bone of contention is. We may need to relook at that. The consequence we cannot ignore. The graduates trained to seek employment, not to create it. As I drove from here to, what is that place? Mbale yesterday. From here to Mbale, I saw rice, I saw potatoes, I saw sugarcane, I saw maize, I saw... Now, how much of that is in the curriculum now? I saw them all the way from here to Mbale and back. I saw goats. The biggest goat I ate yesterday was at Ginger, like this. How much is that in the curriculum? We may need to reflect on that. Learners who can recite the periodic table but cannot name the local plant is dangerous. We see a generation that is globally legible but locally irrelevant. Let's think about this. The issue, therefore, which I'm trying to argue, after all those discussions, as you have heard, I've seen positives, I've seen challenges, but now what am I saying? And my proposal, because I'm a grounded theorist myself, when I look at all that which is happening, every learning outcome is evaluated against 4 lenses. And that is what? Identity. The chairperson, there's something here you said. I've heard it so. For Uganda and my people. Is it for my people and Uganda? What do you say? For God and my country is identity. You are getting what I'm saying? It's for God and what? Now, do our children in Uganda and Africa identify their curriculum with themselves in their country? And that's why when they finish, they say, I want to go abroad to go and study. They don't value where you are. They are saying what you are offering is not what I want. So we need to reflect on that. Relevance. When you teach me, I was at the primary school yesterday. I told them, why are we saying there is no money for materials to support the curriculum? And the topic says, color. Color, you know colors? Then I said, let's look outside. How many greens are always outside here? Don't we have yellow flowers? Don't we had roses are what? Violets are what? Are they not living things? Don't they show color? Why should we spend money to go and buy those color charts written A for apple, blue for blue, when the environment has all the colors? We need to think. So relevance, competence. Somebody can be competent but irrelevant. He's competent at stealing people's cars by unlocking. That is a competence. You agree with? But is it a relevant competence? No, it's an irrelevant competence. So there should be identity. They will identify you as a thief. So you are irrelevant, you are a thief. So your competence is not. So we cannot sustain you because you'll be in prison. But I've looked at Uganda. When you look at Ekigaba and Uganda, what are those? You know these things. You want to teach mathematical computation and ICT, and people are saying we need computers. Go and look at this area. The processes are similar. Let's just Ugandanize them. Why Afrocentricity is not optional? What I'm proposing, as we are designing the curricula, let's look at our contexts. The word can be competence, but the context is different. You agree with me? So, UNESCO research shows that the mother tongue-based bilingual education outperformed the peers who are done. In fact, here, I have been, when I was in the vehicle with my colleagues yesterday, they could switch from English to mother tongue for effective communication. Why? But they are adults. So we need that. Zimbabwe's heritage curriculum has said Ubuntu is an assessable competence now. We need to assess to what stage are you relevant? Do you work with people? And then you have again the Kenya integrating community service and environmental stewardship. Now, a child who learns calculus, a child when you have taught them calculus, a child who learns calculus to build a better bridge for their village has learned more than calculus. Do you know that when you are making a bridge, it's calculus? It's dy dx. So they are learning. So they have learned who they are and what they are for. That's relevant. Evidence-based. From what I've discussed, what do we see? 19 African countries, 3 components adopted universally. All these countries copied from wherever they copied from. They have put them in their curriculum. The interpretation is what is worrying me. 30% science outcomes gain with mother tongue, bilingual. You can check UNESCO data. And then only 34% of Ugandan teachers trained in portfolio-based assessment, which is the backbone of the competence-based curriculum. Just 1 out of 19 have embedded Ubuntu in their curriculum. So we are developing a curriculum for what and who. So from the STEM, since I'm from the science perspective background myself, I know there's a word STEM. I am proposing to this house that let's look at STEM and map the following things. Critical thinking, where scientific inquiry grounded in indigenous problem solving. Sir, how many minutes? No, don't worry. Even now I can finish it. For example, the room you have put me to sleep in. The lead mat, which I saw on the swamp as I was going, they turned it into something and put it in the mirror and the glass there. Remember? I've seen that. That is the indigenous problem solving. So why should we go to China when we can do that using our own? And it's local craft. Creative design integrated with indigenous crafts, communication multilingual, Luganda, English, Kiswahili, as eco-cognitive assets. I've been asking people in Zambia, in what language do you think? Mother tongue, are you sure? No, local language, are you sure? English, thinking is a different thing. It's not a language. Go and do your research. It's something else. So the proposal, therefore, is that how far is Africa on these things? Then I come to the proposal for Uganda. For me in Uganda, the stream should be science, technology, resilience, entrepreneurship, art, and mathematics. Why? Because all the resources for you to stream, you have them. You have what it takes to do this type of stream education. So, digitally relevant algorithms thinking does not require a computer. You can go. Omwenso. Remember Omwenso? That is a computer base. This is where it comes from. And you see an old person playing very fast. So they're already genius in computer coding. But we haven't captured that in our systems. Bilingual, Kenke, this is another country. Then you have got building cognitive capacity, develop with African materials, language, and wisdom. African materials should be a base of your curriculum, and then the language and wisdom put together, you are home and dry. Transfer seamlessly to digital platforms. All you do is look for a platform when time comes. Framework what is already fundamentally sound. So we can do that. Now, my pillar of action, which is now coming as a proposal. Okay? Number one, digital literacy without electricity. You can do it in, no one should cheat you that you can't teach the computer processes because you don't have the physical. It's how we are going to play around with that. Researchers, you can help me later on. We can discuss after, in the evening when we go and watch the dance. And then, Omwenso I've mentioned, and then I'm talking about transformation of a teacher. I have seen your SESEMAT centers here. Cost effective. That place is, teachers are contributing to learn. So it is a zero cost on you. Go and use that template. Zambia is doing it. It's a very good system. You can now train all the teachers at once. Transfer seamlessly. I've talked about that. Guarantee. Here I'm saying, give a teacher 70 hours of CPD. Let's move there. 70 hours will help you. And then mandatory senior for micro enterprise project be put in the assessment, where now they are doing that. Competence, creativity, and innovation. Indigenous knowledge and regional harmonization. Indigenous, and then the competence-based AU framework. I was there in Ethiopia when we were approving this. So conclusion, the Kampala commitment together with you and me, one, harmonize regional competence frameworks, legislate heritage, sustainable and mandatory assessment components, not footnotes. These statements are found as footnotes. They are the main notes. The $3 you spend on a teacher, when you spend $1 on the curriculum design, spend how many dollars? You know the reason? Because the teacher has to do the curriculum, the teacher has to do the what? Assessment, and the teacher has to do the what? So for a teacher, give them $3, not what is there now. So the message, Africa does not lack curriculum reforms. It lacks, Africa does not lack curriculum reform. What do we lack? As Africa, it lacks the courage to align them. We fear that international people will laugh at us. Please, be yourself. Be yourself. So the alignment, implementation, fidelity, and investment in the teacher should be, the work is to align that with the teacher. Therefore, why is this? A learner moving from Kampala to Lusaka to Nairobi should move through one coherent Afrocentric educational corridor. The promise of the conference theme, innovation, sustainable curriculum, and reform. Uganda's track record, you are the first CPE cohort for UCE. The approval of O-level continental first, Cecil Mantirika's model for teacher development. God bless you.
Thank you, thank you. Let's appreciate Dr. Banda more for that wonderful submission. Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much. Professor Banda has taken us through the journey of looking at the curriculum differently, and he has looked at quite a number of things and thrown to us very many intriguing questions. He has asked us what it is that we are preparing our learners for. Are we redesigning the education system so that it works for us as Africans, looking at Afrocentricity in terms of the context? Is the education system and the curriculum at that relevant? Are we bringing the Ubuntu into the picture? Are we looking at indigenous education? Quite many other insights which were very provoking. Thank you, Professor. Without wasting time, I want to call upon the discussant to Professor's paper, Dr. Safik Matt Noor. In 10 minutes, we'll discuss Professor's paper, and thereafter, I'll open the discussion, the plenary. Thank you. Dr. Shafik.
Thank you, Mr. James, for this invitation, and then the organizing committee for this invitation. So I will continue to discuss the Professor Banda keynote. Thank you very much, Professor Banda, for such a stimulating keynote address. So it is a privilege as myself coming from Malaysia, a Southeast Asia country, and then I've been working a lot through this curriculum development on indigenous knowledge and how we can incorporate more indigenous knowledge into curriculum anyway. So this disconnect the global local misalignment, the assessment learning mismatch. This is the and then he gave us the striking illustration of this problem when he referred the learners who may be able to recite the periodic table but cannot name the local plant. So this statement is actually captures an important educational contradiction. A learner who may succeed within the formal curriculum while remaining disconnected from ecological, cultural, material realities of the place of which they live. This resonates really well with our work at LEADS in climate change education and participatory curriculum development. So for example, our work begins with the recognition of the climate change is not experienced as simply an abstract global scientific phenomenon. It is experienced through changes of the rainfall, rivers, forests, plants, animals, food system, agriculture practices, mobility, health, livelihood, and cultural relationship with the environment. So therefore, it is important for us as global South or as in Africa to really appreciate the indigenous knowledge or the local knowledge that we hold as the communities. So this brings to the second reflection, which is the need for decolonial curriculum transformational grounded in epistemic justice. So Professor Banda's four lenses of the Afrocentric filters of identity, relevance, competence, and sustainability provide a valuable starting point. It challenged curriculum developers, like all of us, to evaluate every learning outcome by asking whether it's important to support the learner's identity, respond to their realities, develop meaningful competence, and contribute to sustainable futures. Therefore, I would suggest these applying four lenses require more contextualizing to an existing curriculum. It requires us to confront the colonial hierarchies to continue to determine which form of knowledge are considered as universal, scientific, academically legitimate, and which are treated as local, informal, or supplementary. So the challenges here is therefore not merely to incorporate African or indigenous knowledge into the curriculum structures, whose intellectual foundation remain unchanged. The deeper challenge now is to pursue a decolonial curriculum transformation grounded in epistemic justice. It is therefore there is no need for us to actually follow the standard globalized international framework. So by epistemic justice, what I meant is that it's recognizing historically marginalized knowledge system which are intellectually legitimate, rigorous, valuable in their own right. By epistemic sovereignty, I mean recognizing the authority of communities to be defined, interpret, protect, and determine their knowledge should be represented, shared, and used. So this distinction is really matters. Indigenous knowledge, for example, cannot be treated simply as collecting of interesting fact of curriculum developers extract from the communities insert into textbook. It's not just an example based on the Western curriculum framework. Nor should be a traditional game or local plants, craft practices, agriculture system should be used as convenient example for teaching a pre-existing curriculum concept. It is more than that. Indigenous knowledge embodied distinctive relationship among knowledge, the places that they live, the language that we use, for example, about the thinking language, about the spirituality, about the ethics, community, and then the more human world. The task is not simply use indigenous knowledge to help learners to acquire globalized recognized competitors. It is also about indigenous or how African indigenous knowledge system to challenge and transform how competence, intelligence, learning, sustainability, or educational achievement are understood. In this respect, I would again argue with Professor Banda call for education that works only for Africa, by Africa, and with Africa, with a fundamental concept of decolonial. It is stated that Africa should not merely receive, adapt, or localize model developed elsewhere. For example, much of the work that we use today is very much colonized. So African scholars, teachers, communities, learners must possess the epistemic authority to determine the foundation and purpose of their education. My final reflection is that about the role of teachers. So Professor Banda's argument that we must fund the teachers is therefore important. Nevertheless, the teacher's transformation cannot be reduced to the delivery of the prescribed number of professional development hours. 72 hours of continuing professional development could be transformative, but only if the quality, purpose, condition of that learning are carefully considered. Professional development therefore should be sustained rather than episodic. It should be collaborative rather than imposed. It should be connected to teachers' classroom, communities, and local environment. It should recognize teachers as knowledge of producer and curriculum makers, not simply as technicians responsible for implementing reform designer elsewhere. This principle is very important to the participatory curriculum development. In our work, for example, participatory curriculum development involves building relationships, understanding place, learning from people, designing together, facilitating learning, reflecting on practice, and improving the curriculum and celebrating what community have achieved. This approach is actually celebrate curriculum authority. It recognizes that policymakers and curriculum specialists possess important expertise, but also do teachers, children, families, elders, community holders. If curriculum development can be genuinely decolonized, participation cannot be added only after the major decisions have been made. Community must participate in defining educational priorities, selecting knowledge, developing pedagogies, determining how learning should be evaluated. I would therefore conclude with the 4 questions. The first one, how might the 4 lenses of the Afrocentric filters be translated into the practical tools that curriculum developers that we are all here and teachers use when designing and evaluating learning experiences? This is not top-down approach. This is the bottom-up approach. How can African and local communities participate genuinely in the curriculum decision makers? And Professor Banda proposed the regional harmonization through a coherent Afrocentric education corridor. How this continental ambition throughout this East Africa, for example, can be achieved without diminishing the considerable linguistic, cultural, ecological, and epistemological diversity. And then last question, what constitute convincing evidence that competent-based curriculum reform have moved beyond the policy language and produced meaningful changes in the classroom relationship and assessment practices? So Professor Banda has argued that Africa does not necessarily lack curriculum framework, but it lacks the courage to align them. So I agree that this alignment among policy, curriculum, pedagogy, assessment, or teacher development is essential. But I would that this alignment must be accompanied by the redistribution of epistemic authority. Curriculum transformation required us not to only consider whether policy and practice are aligned, but also whose knowledge established and then the direction of the alignment. A curriculum for sustainable development, for example, must be certainly academically rigorous and future-oriented. It must culturally grounded, ecological responsive, and then historically conscious and socially just. It must prepare learners to participate in a globalized world without requiring them to detach from the language, identities, communities, and environment. Lastly, thank you, Professor Banda, for offering such a powerful foundation for this conversation and then reminding us that curriculum development is never merely a technical exercise. It is decision whose knowledge is matters, what kind of society we seek to create, and then what educational futures we believe are possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Safiq Noah. And this is a distinguished scholar at the University of Leeds. He has equally put it to us that yes, there's a need for us to decolonize our curriculum so that it reflects the African context. And he has also talked of the indispensable role of teachers in their transformation of education system. Having said all this, you have heard from this side. We now want to give you 20 minutes to respond to the paper presented by Professor Banda. You can do that by putting forward your questions or your comments.
Chair, thank you so well.
Or reflections.
Thank you so much, Chair. You are doing so well. Thank you very much, the team at the high table. Just to remind ourselves that we are not doing so well on time. You seem to be so generous with the time. The 20 minutes are no longer available. We shall allow a maximum of 8 to get those quick submissions from the plenary.
So
DJ, can we have extra mics? I saw you with about 20 microphones. Let's have like one in different corners and we pick these ideas quickly.
So we shall pick ideas from 5 people, very quick comments.
Sure.
Be brief and to the point. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I'm Joseph Twine. I'm a teacher. I work with Dots Idea Systems Limited as a national coordinator. We do integrate ICT in teaching and learning, and specifically curriculum implementation management. Professor Banda has talked about the challenges of curriculum implementation. Number one, which is the curriculum developers, assessors, and ministry failing to know what is taking place in the classroom. And here, I wish to add a point. In Uganda, for example, it's hard to know what is taking place in the classroom, and most of the time, they are able to know after 7 years of primary, 4 years of secondary, or 2 years of high school. A learner studies from primary 1 to primary 7 and is assessed. And it is a time when the managers at the national level are able to know this is how a learner is performing, whether a learner has passed or failed. Secondly, collaboration. There is limited collaboration from all stakeholders towards curriculum implementation management, as a teacher is doing their own things For example, a curriculum says at O level, a learner is supposed to study 12 subjects at senior 1, senior 2. But you find a learner having 21 subjects, 16, 15, right now, and it is happening there. Secondly, you find that teachers have limited knowledge on curriculum implementation. However, I'm glad that they are improving.
And one question or comment.
As I complete, the solution now is .Shule. We integrated syllabus management to enable every stakeholder to know what is happening in the classroom. And at the end of it all, there is evidence-based planning and the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a hand here. Number 2, then there's another hand, number 3, and number 4.
How I wish the one hand also means one issue.
One issue per person. And
Sure.
be brief.
Thank you very much, Professor Banda, for the great presentation. You made a great assertion in terms of using the old teachers to transform into the new curriculum. What is your proposed model in terms of ensuring that we don't stick to the old to get us into the new? Thank you.
She has set a very good example, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Sempera Frederick from Kabale University. My question is to Professor. Curriculum development have two dimensions, the academic and the political. And your proposal is that when we use 1 shilling to use 3 in implementation, and that one require political decision, meaning resources. Then the second question is, the way you present curriculum, you look at it as a neutral process. But globally, domination of one human being to another is a gap in knowledge. And human beings are competing. But the way you present it, it is as if that other people are helping others. No. Globally, that's why according to the theme, we are talking about globalization. Other society want to dominate others. So in other words, in Africa, we must budget money to develop our curriculum. You can't ask people you are competing with to give you resources to develop your curriculum. Thank you.
If the backbenchers could also
Number
benefit.
4 is there, and the last one will be Esther Akwi. Number 4 is there, with a hand up.
You mentioned that curriculum development is supposed to be learner-centered. So why are we still designing so much of education around the examination as we move from STEM to STEAM to STREAM? Are we genuinely shaping how we educate students?
Can we see the person
or are
speaking?
we simply adding?
Oh, over there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Are we genuinely changing how we educate students, or are we simply adding more content to the system that still teaches the exam rather than the learner, according to your paper?
Okay, and if you could also know who you are.
My name is Agu Manuela. I'm the founder of Shared Ground Uganda, an initiative, a student-led initiative.
Thank you. Thank you. That very wonderful student initiative.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Christopher Liberty. My question is around the teacher at the center, which is very interesting assertion, and mine specifically relates to, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you suggested around 72 hours or plus of continuous professional development for the teacher. My concern is, how can we make this more collaborative? Because this could be something that a teacher will say, oh, okay, you told me to do that. I will have your 72 hours in as a CPD. But how can we make it so that it's not just something that a teacher will do, but is more collaborative and is not just done to tick off the boxes?
Thank you very much. Finally, Akwi, and that will be the last one. Akwi is right here.
Gilbert, which is this side.
And that will be the last one before Professor Banda responds.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Professor, for that very exceptional presentation that you made. I think mine, I just want to relate to your presentation, especially when you did emphasize on use of environment. And I'm glad the way you approached your presentation. You explored the environment, I think, which did inform you very well in terms of how to engage in this presentation. When you look at the curriculum, actually, it does have aspects of what one would call abstract. In learning, you begin from the known to unknown. When you ask a learner down there in the village, what's a zebra crossing? I can bet you only those in urban centers like Kampala can know what a zebra crossing is. We adapted books with, fortunately, the NCDC, looking at the same curriculum, and we found a lot of challenges adapting some of the components in the curriculum that you are not familiar with. You're asking them an apple. Of course, apples are familiar now, but only to those in urban areas. A child deep in the village only knows what an orange or a mango is. So I really just wanted to relate more with what you're presenting, but also maybe getting ourselves to explore more into details of what is in our curriculum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Esther. Now over to Professor Banda to respond to those comments.
And Chair, kindly remind Professor that we are really out of time, but it's very difficult to stop a professor from delivering a point which he has planned. Professor, please go ahead. The MC is only reminding you that time is really not a friend. And time is also another enemy to the curriculum.
I pray you don't become my student in one of my courses. Thank you. I'll quickly go through this. I may not answer specific, but generic. Old teacher to new model. I think you heard what I said. The issue is, first of all, Curriculum Development Center for me, we need to add both the two of you, one dimension in the curriculum process. The curriculum which you have developed now should be one of the key issues you must teach. Those people you worked with to design the first curriculum are already part of you. Move with them, meaning strengthen the research department in the Curriculum Development Center. So you are going to be, you cannot create a teacher on the same day. So we need a continuous process. I think this is where I come in to say, these people should be identified early, and then also we decolonize the curriculum designers to think they know it all. So decolonization is not only about Africa, it's about also personalities. Are they willing to learn? How many papers are they publishing themselves? So change their strategy to go and check as part of an activity. Then they'll become new people ready to help you. Same thing with the assessors. Then 1 to 3 level of a curriculum dollar, please, people. I know I've heard people saying we don't have resources. This is my take. Right now, if I ask the master of ceremony to give me 50,000 Ugandan shillings, he's going to tell me I don't have money. But the moment I'll tell him that your daughter has broken the leg, the brain changes and it looks for what? The money. And they'll go to the hospital. It is at that level that we shouldn't allow their brain to think there's no money. Money is there, but it's the urgency of the matter. So we need to raise the urgency that this has to be important. That's my take. Next. Changing how we teach students. In our language, a child of a snake is a snake. So you don't expect any miracle. Look at it here in Uganda. All the activities are structured such that you can only develop a teacher when it is a holiday. Now, for 3 months, this teacher will be destroying the children. The symptoms have already been shown that there's a patient known as a teacher. Why not extract this person, take them to ICU first, and then bring them back? We need to rethink these things. Let's be bold enough. So the policies of saying teachers should always be in class, we are perpetuating confusion there. Who would like their child to be spoiled? Me, don't teach my child if that's the case. Next, liberty. Teachers at the center, how we make is more collaborative. A teacher at the center, how do we make it more collaborative? Please, I said, again, I'll use my language. If you are sleeping in the night and you ate a lot of beans, and there are hyenas where you stay, if you want people to escort you to the outside toilet, don't wait for them to open the door for you. They are also sleeping. Open it first, and they will help you to go outside. So you are the one, identify, you are the patient. How many teachers know that they lack what they need to do? We may need to discuss another conference to that. There are proposals you can put. First, let's make somebody understand that you are a patient. There are certain patients who are stubborn. I think doctors can help us. Maybe you need a psychiatric thinking. Because you don't know what you want to teach, but you are forcing yourself to go to class. Is it morally right? We need to rethink. Then I'll come to the last one. Use of the environment, abstract, known to unknown. Madam, the last answer for you, I'll tell you, which I didn't mention because I didn't want to be cited. Most of the curricula in Africa are set at content level. Let's move to concept level. Please consult me if you need the answer to that. You can teach the same thing, but when you put it at content level, it becomes prescriptive. You understand? There should be a zebra crossing. But if you put it at conceptual level, how do you cross? They will relate with their environment. So the problem with the curricula is we design it at content level, Bloom's taxonomy, lower level to higher. Let's move to concept level. When we talk about photosynthesis, it should not be only in beans. Photosynthesis is what? Photosynthesis. So how they photosynthesize, it's up to them in their environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Professor. Are we teaching or we are destroying the children? That's the question. We could go on and on, but time is not on our hands. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to acknowledge our sponsor, UNICEF. In 1 minute, I'm calling upon the UNICEF country representative and head office in Uganda, Dr. Robin Nancy, in 3 minutes to just give us a word, and we shall be concluding this kind of interface. Doctor, please come and talk to us.
Good morning, everyone. The Honorary Acting Minister and the PS in absentia, Director of the National Curriculum Development Center, our Chair and colleagues from UNEP and UNITE, senior government officials, development partners, academic representatives, all protocols observed. It's been a fascinating hour. I don't think I can match the energy and the dynamism of Professor Banda and Inche, Dr. Noor. Really provocating comments, statements, and discussion. I will start with the disclaimer. I'm guilty of being one of those people who knew the periodic table but not the local plant. But I was more interested in the local plants in Uganda, and that's why I stand here today in your country years later. So, but from our perspective, and I speak for UNICEF, but also the broader UN system here, Uganda cannot achieve its development ambitions without investing in the knowledge and skills of its young people. I don't know how many of you from outside Uganda sitting here today are aware of the ambition of the National Development Plan for the tenfold growth ambition that we have here in Uganda. And it's extremely important that we harness the power of our children and our youth to achieve these ambitions. Also, for those who are not from Uganda, 70 to 75% of our population are under the age of 30, 50+% are under the age of 18. And herein lies the importance of what we are discussing here today. We all know the foundations of learning and productivity are built early, and it's all interlinked. Foundation, numeracy, literacy skills then gets transformed into analytic thinking and higher order skills that are required at secondary level. And we have to acknowledge the challenge that we face, and that has been mentioned already today. Let me quote some numbers here. The latest World Bank UNESCO learning poverty estimate indicates that 82% of children in late primary age in Uganda are unable to read and understand a simple age-appropriate text at the expected level. Obviously, a lot of this was exacerbated by the 83 weeks of full or partial school closures during the COVID period. And we are, trying to catch up with that. So there is a lot of work to do. We must remain ambitious, agile, and a lot of what Professor Banda and Noor said is extremely critical as you deliberate for the next couple of days. From our perspective, our plea to everybody as you deliberate over the next couple of days is to ensure that everything we do in terms of innovating and rethinking the curriculum is with a lens of inclusivity. We do not want to leave anybody out of what we are doing. The other thing that really struck me was, and a number of, you mentioned it in the plenary, and being guilty of also, being guilty of a senior citizen now myself, it really resonates with me when you say, Professor Banda, new curriculum with old consultants. And we think about this in our day-to-day work pretty regularly. And my plea to everybody is to include your stakeholders. And here we mention stakeholders as teachers, but I'm talking about the students as the stakeholders in the development of the curriculum. Because even though, and I'm from South Asia, I'm from India, we always were brought up with, yeah, we know best, the parents know best. We have to sometimes acknowledge that we don't always know best, and sometimes, the learning and development happening so quickly these days that it is actually beneficial to consult young people themselves in what we are doing. The angle, as Professor Banda says, the lens should be, what do Uganda children need 20 years from now to contribute to the economy and the society of the country? We all know that in Asia and in Africa we have focused more on the didactic learning. Again, quoting Professor Banda is do examinations test recall, or do they test understanding and comprehension and so on and so forth? So again, for us, it really, I'll be done in a couple of minutes. Just give but the so-called soft skills, which now we should stop calling soft skills, because the whole analytical thinking, the ability to collaborate, Ubuntu, as you mentioned, Professor, is extremely critical to succeed in a workplace. Digitalization, artificial intelligence, and so on and so forth. These things need to come in, but need to be phased in a way that it does not do harm but actually benefits the children. So again, this requires a collaborative approach. And again, I will say, whatever we do should narrow inequities and not broaden inequities moving forward. You mentioned climate. It was striking to see that climate change is hitting Africa in such a big way, and very few countries include climate in that. And again, it's not going to be a one size fits all. And again, quoting you, I learned a lot from you today, by the way, Professor Banda. We, we focus on concept level, and then we will be able to translate it to our local context. And you made a great point that innovation occurs everywhere. Innovation and critical thinking and analytical thinking, and sometimes we lose our local thinking because we are following a formula that has been developed elsewhere. But again, the the local should not limit the student to then engage globally as well. So again, that balance is going to be extremely critical. I want to end with thanks. The chair is getting very annoyed with me now, but I'm going to end with thanks. I have to give my thanks to the government of the Republic of Uganda for hosting this, the NCDC, the Education Institutes, development partners. I really want to have a special call out for our donors who supported us, the European Union, the Irish Embassy here, who are a steadfast supporter of the education sector here. So we, as UNICEF and the broader UN, stand with you in the Republic of Uganda, but also across the continent through all our offices to take this discussion and debate to make sure that every African child grows up and is empowered to make the successful transfer from learning to earning, gainful, dignified employment, and contribution to society and economy. Thank you very much. And sorry, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nandi, for those insights. We want to thank UNICEF family for this sponsorship and other sponsors to this conference. Join me in appreciating the presenters for this first session. Professor Banda, thank you for that wonderful presentation. Dr. Noor, thank you so much for discussing this paper. And Dr. Irumba, thank you for giving us the conference overview. This marks the end of our first session. And
DJ, I'll expect you to play some little music that matches the function. And I know you have it. And at such a volume.
That is getting faster and faster out of reach. So Africa leapt over landlines to mobile very, very quickly, almost suddenly. It also leapt over bank branches. They're very costly, to mobile money. And it opened up tremendous economic development, right? Everybody uses mobile money here in Africa. So the opportunity for us in the education sector, we have an opportunity to leap over a knowledge-first curriculum to a character-focused curriculum. This is our opportunity, right? Just like the penguins, when the cracks were coming in because of AI, with knowledge, widely available. This is the shift and the opportunity for Africa to take. So, from knowledge first to whole person. So there are two models of education, right? The one on your left here is the conventional educational system that we've been talking about, right? It was designed for the industrialized age, and this is an upside-down pyramid that is focused on knowledge acquisition. Very little focus on skills, relationships, and character. Kind of virtue signaling there. And its focus was it values what you know. But in the age of AI, that's just a blimp, right? Because whatever you know now is irrelevant, tomorrow almost, right? It's kind of like, do you have the skill to acquire the right bits and pieces of knowledge to solve a problem? Because all the knowledge is available on AI right now. So this is a shift from valuing what you know to forming who you become as a person. Not just in your intellect, but in your total holistic makeup as a human being, right? In terms of your character, your ability to relate well with others, your energy and vitality, and applying skills, right, to solve problems. And the market is already screening for character. So more than 100 major employers and many of the Fortune 500 companies like Google, IBM, Tesla, you name them, right? They have actually dropped degree requirements. So the order that most demanding employers actually are hiring for is character, integrity, work ethic. Are you a good person, right? Can we trust you? Can you be trusted? So this is first and foremost. Secondly, they're hiring on relationships. How are you, do other people like working with you? How well do you do in working with others? Because work is done in teams right now. And number three is applying skills and showing demonstrated capacity and exceptional capability, right? To do what? To solve problems, basic and difficult problems. And a formal degree, which is the bane of the education sector, is treated as optional. So character comes first. So the sector is not preparing young people for modern employment. Forget about preparing them to be good citizens or to raise good families. So we have to make, I think we're being called upon here, it's being discussed, is the shift from knowledge to applied wisdom. So artificial intelligence, which is only like a few years old, accelerated the move from storing information in our little brains to applying judgment and using it for use to do useful things, right? So that judgment, that creativity, you can't fake that. You have, this is a skill that you have to hone over time. So let's talk about competency and its foundation. So there's been a lot of discussion about competency in the conference so far. So when you look at competency-based curriculums, I was just in Kenya earlier in the week. had the pleasure to meet with the Cabinet Secretary of Education. We were talking about this. Kenya introduced a competency-based curriculum, about 8 or 9 years ago. Uganda has also been on that journey. And this is a positive move, right? Because it shifted from what did you memorize, right, to what can you do, right? So it is elevating in terms of higher order thinking, but it's still, the question still remains, who is the person applying it, right? So you can see here there's a pyramid, and you have applied skills at the top. This is kind of putting a spotlight on the competency-based curriculum. But competency is built on character. So we need to complete the pyramid. So competency is not the foundation. It is the peak of the pyramid. So for example, Warren Buffett, right, from Berkshire, the founder of Berkshire Hathaway, probably, the best value investor ever. He hires first on character, then intelligence and energy. And he said that no matter how smart a potential candidate is, and no matter how much vitality they have, without character as their foundation, he said the other two will kill you. It's kind of like a misguided missile, right? So if you look at a rocket, right? A rocket is a very powerful thing. But if it does not have a good guidance system, it can crash, it can blow up. So the guidance system for competency is character, relationships, mastering relationships, having that energy to go through the day. But the rock bottom base is character. We need that more than ever. So the Transforming Education Blueprint is laying out a perspective and a vision around character, family, and creatorship. And its purpose is not an end in itself. It's bigger than education. It's about building peace in our nations so that we can actually have boundless abundance. You cannot have prosperity and boundless abundance without peace. And peace is a character issue, by the way, okay? So let's back up a little bit here and pause for a second. And let's take a look in the mirror, right? Who are we as human beings? So everyone here in this room, myself included, in simple terms, we have 4 primary dimensions, right? First and foremost, we have a spiritual, moral dimension. We're the only species on Earth that has this dimension. The big 5 don't have it. Your dog doesn't have it. Only human beings have this dimension, and this is the dimension of conscience. It's actually the root of character. Character is not just some little nice personality trait. This is deep stuff, and it's grounded in universal principles and values, which is part of this domain. And we've dismissed it too much. Another dimension is the emotional relational dimension. This is primarily cultivated in families and by extension in schools and so on, right? We also have a physical vitality dimension, our physical body that needs looking after. And finally, we have the mental cognitive dimension. So the issue is that the education sector for the last 300 years and still in 2026 has only partially focused on one of these, the mental cognitive dimension, and not totally, only partially actually, right? And the thing is, all of these 4 dimensions needs continuous growth and development. If you don't exercise, if you don't have a nutritious diet, you don't drink lots of water, your physical body is not going to keep up, right? It's the same thing with your relationships and your family. If you're not investing into nurturing those relationships, they actually are going to go static, right? And on, okay? Even in the mental cognitive dimension, when I do conferences and workshops, educational leadership workshops, I ask superintendents and assistant superintendents and school principals, how many books have you read in the past 1 year? Up hands, how many people have read 12 books that has nothing to do with the curriculum you're teaching? In a room like this size, not a single hand goes up. How many people, I go down the list, right? And I finally end up, how many people have read one book? Only a few hands here and there goes up. So the educators who are like the ones who are insisting that students, acquire as much knowledge as possible, they themselves are not learning. They're not learning new things. That is kind of insane, right? In a sense. So when I was with the Cabinet Secretary of Education in Uganda, and I also did a TV interview last week on TV, this week in TV with TV 47, a question came up. Tony, you know the situation with our educators, right? They're in their 30s, 40s, 50s. They're set in their ways. There's no way they're going to change, right? Okay? And in fact, this has something to do with, this is a kind of like a mindset that is not true. Because every single person in this room, you might have been static in one of these or more of these dimensions, but if you make a decision, you can start moving and making progress at any time you want. It doesn't matter if you're 70, 50, or 20, right? So this is what gives me hope, right? That we have the potential to grow and develop, not just mentally and cognitively, but in all of these 4 dimensions, okay? And in fact, on this point, it couldn't be illustrated better than a fellow African, Eliud Kipchoge, who set the world record a few years ago. I think it was in 2019. He's the first person in human history who ran a marathon in under 2 hours, okay? And he has a message to teachers and to school principals. And the message is this, that no human is limited. We're the ones who put limits on ourselves. They're not externally imposed. I'm hearing this morning, oh, we don't have the budget and so on. This is kind of like a fake limitation that we put on ourselves. People, human beings, are incredibly resourceful. So it's not a limit on resources, it's a limit on resourcefulness. We can be resourceful if we want to, right? So people, human beings, educators, students, you can change at any age. Also, when we're talking about this in the education sector, this kind of transformation does not start with the students. It starts with the educators. It starts with all of us here in this room, okay? This is the beginning point, because this is not an academic subject. This is lifestyle. And, all of us, and myself included, we have to come into the room every day that we're demonstrating a new version of ourselves so we can, this is what the students will see. This is how they will actually be mentored, and this is how they will get transformed. It's not something you teach on the blackboard, okay? And in Global Peace Foundation, we've proven this, that this is doable, okay? In our Transforming Education leadership workshops in the Philippines, in Kenya, Uganda, India, Paraguay, and many, many other places. So transforming, the theory of transformation starts with the educators, okay? This is the decisive lever, right? And these are the educators focused on lifelong character and holistic growth. You cannot skip this. What happens over and over and over and over again is that we start with trying to transform the system by people who are not working on their own personal transformation. That's why, progress in the education sector keeps failing over and over and over again. So if educators can work on this, and it is doable, right, the effect is thriving school cultures, high trust environments, right, very engaging, continuous innovation. Schools should be continuously innovating. Ministries of education should be continuously innovating. And the end result is that the students are going to start transforming themselves. And we can build character strong character, future-ready, and purpose-driven students. Now, this formation that we're talking about starts from the inside out, right? So in the world of education, we go the other way, right? We start on the outside and maybe we get a little bit into where it really matters. We have to start at the center, right? And at the essential core, which is character, developing our character. That's why that circle takes up most of the real estate. It is that important. Second is family. The family is the most important human institution, and this is where we learn about relationships, learning how to get along with others that are different from us, and carrying that experience into schools and so on. You know, I'm bewildered, right, how the family is skipped over. No one else talks about this, right? So this is fundamentally important. And then on that foundation, we can actually go to creatorship, making new things, solving problems, you know, to doing things that are helpful to humanity, right? Like this. So each one of these spheres builds. So in the character sphere, it builds into holistic growth and development, all 4 dimensions growing together. The family sphere, right, which is the next one out, this is relationships and leadership. So leadership is part of that sphere, right? But leadership is all about people, leading people, okay? And then creatorship, creativity, contribution, helping humanity has that kind of goal, okay? And there are 2 settings that shape young people more than anything else. And, you know, the data is undeniable, right? That 80 to 90% of a young person's time between the ages of 1 and 18 is actually in 2 settings. It's in families and schools. So what is the implication of that? The implication for all of us here in the room and for all the parents who might be listening is the incredible positive impact that a good teacher or a good parent can have on the entire life arc of their child or their student. We all here have one favorite teacher, right, that shaped us. Why can't all our teachers be like that? Why is it just one, right? And for many people, they're lucky to have one even, right? And there's a big implication here, right? In terms of partnerships, the primary partnership should be between families and schools. The primary partnership. So schools should be really welcoming to parents, grandparents, uncles and aunts, right? They should be able to come into the school anytime they want, and they should be your #1 ally. Very often, it's the opposite. There's resistance. We don't want the parents here, and so on and so forth. So this is a mindset change that really needs to happen. By the way, parents are the primary moral educator, and teachers are playing a supportive role in that, okay? In terms of like theoretical accuracy, that's the way it is. So now in 2026, right, because of artificial intelligence, AI is delivering the knowledge, and the parent and teacher forms the character. So we have to shift from teacher to guide. This is a huge, huge thing that, you know, I'm addressing right now, okay? So AI delivers the content, and you guys might ask, right? So if AI is going to do the academic teaching, what are the teachers going to do? Are we out of a job? Actually, the opposite is the truth. The teachers are needed more than ever, but not in the traditional sense of teaching the curriculum. Their new role is going to be a guide, right? Mentoring, having moral responsibility, bringing real life leadership, conveying wisdom, and so on and so forth, okay? So this is why we need new types of capacity building to actually build this kind of capacity in teachers as guides, right? And there's, you know, this is not like an ivory tower concept. This is already moving in the real world. So I want to actually spotlight the Alpha School in Austin, Texas, right? School is it's a high school, it's about 11 years old, and you know, every morning, right, all of the students are actually taught by artificial intelligence in a personalized way. The entire curriculum is taught by AI for 2 hours in the morning. That's it. The teachers are no longer teaching the academic curriculum. The teachers in that school teach zero academics, zero, okay? So what do they do instead? They've transitioned to this new role as a guide. So they work with those students in the afternoons to build, interesting entrepreneurial projects, robotics, providing a service to solve problems in the community, and so on and so forth, right? So this is, you can Google this, right? The Alpha School in Texas, and learn more about it. Also in El Salvador, which is a global South nation in Latin America, the administration, the Ministry of Education, and a large language model have collaborated, XAI, they've collaborated together so that AI can tutor up to 1 million plus students over the next 2 years. And this is just the beginning of the trend. At the university level, at the University of Florida in the United States, AI is in all 16 colleges. And there's 200 plus courses that are AI based. So these are real schools, real institutions that are underway with all of this. So next is, how does this scale, right? So it's one shared task, it's many hands. Nobody needs to wait around, okay? So there are 2 decisive recommendations I'm making, right, to the Ministry of Education, to NCDC, to all the educational stakeholders, universities, schools, and that is invest in educator capacity and leadership development. First, on their personal development in the 4 core dimensions. And, building the workforce that the AI era demands and that employers demand. So this is the first recommendation. And the second one is to establish cascading task forces. So NCDC, the ministry, your school, can create a transforming education task force, right? And this is ownership at all levels of the system, right? So transformation flows bottom up and top down, okay? So from the national level to different counties, districts, every single school, university, TVET, and the actual classrooms themselves, right? When ownership is distributed, nobody has to wait for permission to start, right? You don't need to get approval from anyone. You can get going on yourself. You have that autonomy, right? So I already mentioned this point for ministries: invest first in the educators, okay? So any school can begin now. So here's kind of a little action item here. So you can download the blueprint. I'll give you the link in a minute. You go on to ChatGPT, you name your role. Okay, I'm a school principal, I'm an official in the NCDC, I'm a department head at a university, whatever it may be, right? So you go on to a large language model like ChatGPT, you upload the blueprint, the Transforming Education blueprint, and then you ask the AI how to start. So here's an example prompt, right? So you're at ChatGPT and you have already uploaded the blueprint to ChatGPT as a file, and you put in this prompt: I am a school principal. Attached is the Transforming Education blueprint. Do not invent another framework. Map a 90-day plan for how my school starts. Begin with the educators. And you will get an amazing, I tried this out. I was amazed at what came back, right? And that will actually trigger more and better inquiries, okay? So we have 3 editions of the blueprint on our website. So we have the blueprint, right? This is about a 44-page document. It's very graphic driven, and so you can easily catch what's going on. That focuses on the full purpose and future of education. Then we have the executive overview, which is the leadership essentials. So you can use these depending on what kind of meetings you're going to, right? And I've been using the executive overview all this week in my meetings here in Africa, right? That's about 10 pages. And then for someone that you just want to have like a quick touchstone with, you can use the at a glance. So this is a kind of a visual overview in 5 pages, okay? And to download all 3 versions, all you have to do is go to this website, globalpeace.org/edu, and you don't have to go to another page. Right there is where you download. You put in some information and you download. You'll get all 3 editions, right? And then you can use them in any combination that you like. So we're providing this as a way for you to get started, okay? And also to connect, right, and learn more, the email edu@globalpeace.org. So I really want to thank you very much for this opportunity. And I really admire the work that each and every single one of you are doing every day to help your educators and help your students, right, to prepare for an amazing future. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Divine. Can we put our hands again together? Thank you so much. Dr. Divine has just told us that the 4 pillars of education, especially the first 2, are getting phased out. Learning to know and learning to do. He's advising us that we need to move now to learn to be and to learn to live together. Very important. And thank you very much, Dr. Divine. I'm not saying that in Uganda we are bad off, but as any other country, we are grappling with many human issues, challenges, not to mention corruption, not to mention climate degradation and environment, things that need character formation. We will thank you so much. At this moment, I want to invite the discussant to come and digest further this important conversation. The discussant, as I said, is Dr. Hamis Mugendawala, and Dr. Hamis is a senior manager, Population and Social Development Planning at the National Planning Authority in Uganda. He's responsible for coordinating research and publishing study findings on key economic and social policy issues and options, including this one, I believe. He is also responsible for reviewing and making recommendations on high priority development issues and needs of the country, as well as ensuring public participation in the economic and social policy debates. He is also responsible for ensuring availability of adequate data, information for formulation of relevant related policies. Therefore, we believe that there would not be any better person to discuss this keynote address other than Dr. Hamis Mugendawala. I request you therefore to put your hands together and request him to take it on the stage to discuss the topic.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dr. Divine and distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, in discussing this blueprint, I have chosen to organize my discussion around 4 issues. And the central idea that I get from the paper, and I have 3 propositions that I find particularly compelling and 3 questions that the paper leaves with us. And finally, what I think this means for Uganda. If I were to reduce this rich blueprint to one central proposition, I would put it this way: that in the age of artificial intelligence, the enduring comparative advantage of education will increasingly lie not simply in what learners know, but in the quality of human beings they become and their capacity to apply knowledge wisely, ethically, and productively. The paper therefore calls for a movement from information to formation, from knowledge acquisition to applied wisdom, and from producing consumers of knowledge to producing creators and contributors. This is captured through its 3 spheres of growth, and that is character, family, and creatorship. We know very well that character forms the person, and family and relationships provide the environment in which character and leadership develop. And creatorship converts these foundations into creativity, entrepreneurship, innovation, and societal contribution. And therefore, the paper further brings together the spiritual, moral, emotional, relational, physical vitality, and mental, cognitive dimensions of the whole person. This integration is important because education systems, including ours, often teach knowledge, skills, values, and health separately, and somehow expect a complete human being to emerge. And the blueprint tries to challenge this fragmentation. There are 3 things that I find particularly compelling in this blueprint. And the first one, perhaps the strongest proposition, is the shift from simply asking, what does the learner know, towards also asking, who is this learner becoming? However, I would emphasize that this should not become a choice between knowledge and character, because Uganda needs both. We need learners with knowledge, competence, creativity, and adaptability, but also character, judgment, and integrity. And indeed, competence without character, like the paper says, can produce capable but untrustworthy people. And this is the tragedy that has fallen people of my color. And while character without competence may also produce good intentions, without capacity to transform society. This is why I do not interpret this paper as asking Uganda to abandon its competency-based education. Rather, it asks us to complete it. The second proposition I find compelling is that education transformation begins with the educator. And this is the challenge we've been having, is that the transformation begins somewhere else and the educator is at the tail end. Because an education system cannot sustainably cultivate qualities in children that are absent among adults responsible for educating them. Because no one can ever give what they don't possess, actually. This is why the distinction between teacher training and educator formation is really important. And beyond pedagogical competence, we must ask, is the teacher ethical? We are coming to a very depressing time of examinations where you are going to see children crying, parents crying that teachers have eaten their examinations money and so they can't sit exams. Is that teacher ethical? Every year UNEB withholds thousands of results for children. Reason they were helped to cheat by the teachers who teach them. Is that teacher ethical? Can the teacher model integrity? Can they mentor young people? Can they collaborate? Can they lead? Can they innovate and guide learners, especially in the current technological environment where learners may sometimes have greater access to information than the teacher? Now, for Uganda, this means that professionalization of teaching must go beyond qualifications and certification to include personal, ethical, professional, and leadership formation. It also suggests that more practice-oriented teacher training and preparation, sustained mentoring, and school-based professional development should be prioritized. And in this case, this should influence the continuing development of the Uganda National Institute for Teacher Education Unity as our professional gatepath towards teacher professionalization. Because teachers are not merely instructors, they are among our most influential adults, shaping the next generation. The third compelling proposition from this paper is that of creatorship. And I find this as providing the important bridge between the blueprint and our national development agenda. Education is not an end in itself, and this has been echoed by the presenter, and it is one of the principal instruments through which countries build productive capacities. And so, I'm happy that UNEB is here. We must go beyond asking how many learners completed or passed examinations, and increasingly ask, what are our graduates capable of doing for themselves, for their families, and their communities, and the economy? Creatorship moves learners from being consumers towards becoming creators and contributors through creativity, entrepreneurship, and discovery, and technology and innovation. I have three questions that the blueprint left me with that I also want to pass over to you. I have found the blueprint to be quite persuasive, in my view. I don't know whether you hold the same view. But just like good frameworks, they also generate very difficult gray areas and questions. And I have three areas that I want to leave on the table. And the first question that I grappled with is that, has AI really reduced the importance of knowledge? Has it changed the kind of knowledge that matters? I would be cautious about interpreting information abundance to mean that knowledge has become less important. Partly in Africa, where foundational learning remains a challenge, a learner who cannot read with comprehension, reason mathematically, understand scientific principles, or communicate effectively cannot substitute character for the foundational capabilities. Our challenge is therefore not to devalue knowledge, but to stop treating knowledge acquisition as the final destination of education. The learner must know, but must also know what to do with what they know, whether they should do it, and how to use that knowledge responsibly. My second out of the three questions is that if at all character becomes an explicit curriculum outcome, how do we assess it without turning character into another examination? Because what education systems assess eventually become what schools prioritize. Assessment is often the real curriculum, in my view, in my country. And so, even when we may integrate creativity, integrity, and collaboration in the curriculum documents, but if examinations continue rewarding mainly recall, schools and learners will follow the examination. And the whole person formation, therefore, requires curriculum, pedagogy, and assessment to change together and not in parts. The third question that I leave with us is what has to be true for this blueprint to move from aspiration to implementation? Because as Ugandans, people tell us that we are known for very good plans, but when it comes to implementation, we are the worst. And so a compelling philosophy does not automatically become classroom practice. The blueprint will ultimately depend upon teacher capability, assessment reform, institutional leadership, family and community participation, technology and infrastructure, financing, and accountability. As I conclude, what does all this mean for Uganda and Africa? First, we should deepen and not abandon competence-based education by anchoring competence in character and whole person formation. The question should move from, do we have a competence-based curriculum, to, is our curriculum producing competent, trustworthy people capable of solving real problems and creating value? The word trustworthy and ethical is becoming critical in our country. When you go to the villages, they say, we the educated go to school to learn how to rob them better. Because they say, whoever robs big is highly educated in my country. Second, curriculum transformation must connect much more deliberately to national transformation. Because we know that Africa's demographic moment makes this urgent, and education must translate into human capacity and capability, into creativity, innovation, productivity, and economic opportunity. Third, we need to redefine education success and bring implementation realism to the ambition of the boundless abundance. What this means is that enrollment, completion rates, certificates, and examination results, they can remain important, but they are insufficient. We must increasingly ask, what kind of person is completing school? What can that person do? And what can that person create? because boundless abundance, as I understand it from this paper, is ultimately the sustained capacity of well-informed people to create knowledge, opportunity, innovation, and shared prosperity. Chair, I welcome Dr. Divine's paper as an important contribution to the curriculum conversation. Its central message is compelling that competence without character is fragile, while character without competence is insufficient. The task for Uganda and Africa is therefore to bring together competence, character, creativity, purpose, and the responsible use of technology. If we can do that, education will have moved beyond certification. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hamis Mugendawala, for digesting this important topic. And this moment, we have a few minutes left to end our session. We have about 10 minutes to conclude the session. And we shall welcome about 5 questions, and kindly one hand, one issue, and be direct so that we can save the time. Thank you so much. The one with the microphone, if there is a hand there.
Thank you very much. I appreciate so much the presentation for Dr. Divine. My point here, I'm Elina Nakaima from ADRA Uganda, Young Mothers Project. There is a point that I noted where you said anyone at any age can begin growing in all the 4 dimensions of learning: physical, mental, social, spiritual. Those are very key, and I wish all of us, from parents, teachers, family, when it comes to religious institutions, if we can uphold those, then I know we shall have the blueprint you're talking about in education. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Doctor, for that presentation. My name is Farida Nachinji from Cotton On Foundation. Yeah, we support the government to see that schools that are vulnerable, like Rakai and Rwengo, we support them to ensure the implementation of such initiatives. My question is, for us to shape character, we have certain things we have introduced in the schools. For example, social-emotional learning. But my question goes to the discussants. How are we holding districts accountable in terms of NGOs that are impacting and supporting such innovations, such that as we implement such programs in the schools, they are actually enabling the young learners to grow their character as early as primary level. So that question, if all that is done, I believe we are going to be moving to competence and character. Thank you so much.
Greetings to all. It's Pius Opio Enyo, working with Site Savers that majorly aims for a world that people with disabilities are fully integrated into human rights. So I'm so grateful to Dr. Divine for your presentation. The issue around character, it's not a question, but it's adding a voice. When a car breaks down, those of us who drive, we are forced, we tend to have less trust to the mechanics around where the car is broken down. Reason being that the mechanic that you may give your car to repair may take out some components and then put wrong components into the car. So this comes back to how do we create people in communities that we do trust. The issue of trust comes about with character, as you have mentioned. So into the teaching spaces, I'm challenging all of us here as educators that much as we blame teachers for cheating for examinations, for how they deliver their curriculum, how are they trained right from the teacher training institutions? Teachers here who have gone through the lecture rooms know how some of the lectures are being delivered. So we come out with this kind of character, and that we also extend towards the learners. So it's a challenge that that we need as educators to present to the teachers that are being trained, so that they can also transfer these kind of characters towards the learners. Thank you so much.
Kindly bring the microphone this side.
Hello. Thank you, everyone. My name is Ruth Senyonjo from Watoto Child Care Ministries, and I have liked the submission that formation can't be outsourced to the classroom alone. And so my submission is that if family is core to the formation of character, we need to expand, therefore, the collaboration of ministries from being simply NCDC, UNEB, and education institutions to incorporating the ministries responsible for ethics, gender, social development, and faith-based consortiums. If spiritual formation is important as a foundation of character, we need to bring back the reading of the holy books, the Bible, the Quran, and other books, other faiths based on, to shape character, so that these are timetabled in the schools. On school events, we need to celebrate character, integrity, and social etiquette parameters, not just academics or external talents, such as sports and music. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much. My name is Mtegeki Patrick, and I'm from Makerere University East African School for Higher Education. I'm doing a graduate program in Masters in Educational Policy and Planning. My question goes straight to Dr. Tony Divine's keynote paper, which says Transforming Education Blueprint, Enabling Human Flourishing and Boundless Abundances. Your paper, sir, highlights AI as a neutral acceleration that should act as a guide rather than replace human purpose. My question goes like this. Number one, how can educators practically reposition AI to support character formation instead of just driving academic performance? That's question number one. Question number two, it's about implementation and policy, which can as well go to the Ministry of Education, Planning Department, or even National Planning, and goes like this. How can Ministry of Education and Curriculum developers in Africa, particularly Uganda, balance the demand for rapid technological adoption with the need to build sustainable character-based education model? Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, time is not elastic.
One more.
And for this reason, allow us to have the...
Just one last one, very brief. Chair. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, our presenter. You were not looking at me, so that's why I thought you hadn't granted the permission. Thank you, our presenter and discussant. Technology, AI, risk widening the gaps within the family, within the school setting, in the community, and between the well-resourced and the under-resourced. So, in light of what you have presented, and cognizant of my scenario that I'm presenting, how best would you plan for character teaching, and what is that one thing, that one policy, that you would defend as non-negotiable for protecting the human character in education? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ndifuna Zawja, a member of the Governing Council.
Now I become the bad one to cut off the responses so that we can get the answers from the guest speakers. Thank you.
So thank you very much, all of you. These were very interesting questions. And I'm sure there's many, many more kind of questions like this. So I'll just kind of touch on a few points here, right? So the work we're doing here to transform education, no single entity can do this, right? So this actually calls on tremendous coordination, you know, between different organizations. It's collective action, really, right? And collective coordination as well. And that takes a lot of effort. It's a lot of outreach. It requires meetings and so on, so we can get on the same page. I think what's important here is to have a common goal. And each organization, each entity can make an important contribution, right, to that collective impact that we're all reaching. So yeah, it is actually all of it. We're all in this game. We all have to do this together, right? Lady mentioned about the, you know, the continuous growth and development as for us as human beings, right? You know, when it comes to leadership, right? You know, we all talk about leadership. This is a leadership conference after all, right? You're all leaders here in this room. But I'll tell you something, that the most difficult person you'll ever lead in your life is yourself. It's you, right? And, you know, you can procrastinate growth in these dimensions. We procrastinate this over and over and over again. And, you know, the proof of this is the New Year's resolutions that we all make at the beginning of the year, right? How many New Year's resolutions have you made in your lifetime? And how many of them have you kept? The data is irrefutable. Between January 1st, when you make these new resolutions, and February 15th, 80% have already been abandoned. And then we wait till the next year and start all over again, right? So, you know, this is, you know, you're the CEO of yourself. You are the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer of yourself. And you have to, all of us have to exercise transformative leadership within ourselves to become that better version of ourselves every single day, okay? And, you know, in terms of teacher training that just came up, you know, the vast majority of professional development that happens is very system-centric, right? What's ignored almost all the time is the personal development of our great teachers, right, and educators in the 4 dimensions. So this is where, you know, Global Peace Foundation actually has a body of work under our sleeves in many, many different countries where we've conducted with great success transforming education leadership workshops with school principals, with superintendents, with Ministry of Education officials, and they've actually, the participants have actually started a new course for themselves to become a better version of themselves, to grow their character, to relate better with their family, with their students, and so on. And, you know, these were like people in their middle age, later years, but by the 2nd or 3rd day, they were like 16-year-olds, right? It's amazing how quick transformation can actually start. Of course, sustaining it requires a lot of work and a lot of effort, right? Regarding AI, right? So AI is, you know, it's a tremendous technology. It's all about, you know, having an incredible partner in terms of intelligence, right? They have something now called AI agents, right? But you don't have to worry about that right now. Just start using it. Put some prompts in, you know? Start getting your feet wet with this. And not just you as the educators, your students as well, right? But I would encourage all of you here to, use it every day for like 10 or 20 minutes or something like this, right? I'm using it a lot, 12 hours a day, right, to develop this kind of work, right? So start using it, right? And, the more you use it, the more proficient you will become, and the more you can have a command over it. Remember something, right? And a lot of people fear AI. AI is not something that came down to Earth by an alien species. Human beings created the AI. We did, right? So we are the ones who have command and control over it, right? And to guide it well and to use it, right? To use it for the greater benefit of humanity and have our students use it as well, guided by you, okay? So I could go on a lot more, but I think out of time, we'll wrap it up here. But thanks for these questions. They've been really great. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Divine. At this moment, I invite Dr. Hamis to respond to one question I think was addressed to him, and then we can close. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. The question was that there are NGOs that are doing great work in districts. How can the district local governments ensure that these kind of innovations are supported, not to die along the way? Now, currently, government has a framework that districts and ministries, departments, and agencies use to collaborate with non-state agencies. And it requires that the non-state agencies mainstream their programs into the plans of those institutions such that they can guarantee implementation and access to resources. Now, the risk is that if non-state agencies go ahead to implement activities that are not mainstreamed within the government plans, there is no guarantee of success. So the issue here is to support local governments at planning level, budgeting level, and execution to ensure that what is working according to what you've discovered is prioritized within the plans. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hamis. Thank you so much, Dr. Divine, for the presentation. I invite all of us to put our hands together and thank our esteemed presenters. And thank you so much for being a very good audience also. Clap for ourselves. Thanks a lot, and we close here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the chair. Let's appreciate the chair for guiding us very well throughout that session. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Now, to know and to understand the importance of the session that we have just ended, you can gauge by looking at the number of hands that shot up when we called for questions. Apologies if we have not been able to take up your question, but we are reserving that question. Maybe it might fit in the next session. Now, we are getting into session 3, and just before we get into that session, we are going to make a slight amendment or adjustment as we wait for the guest of honor. So we are going to start session 3 from the middle. And in that regard, we are going to start with a panel discussion on bridging the gap between education and the world of work. Are our curricula producing future-ready graduates? That's the question we need to answer in line with that discussion. And you realize that the future-ready graduates are the ones that have character. So meaning that we have just posed, your questions are still very, very relevant in this session that we are getting into. So in line with that, let me take this opportunity to invite the moderator, Dr. Mary Goretti Nakabugo, the country director and coordinator, Wezo Uganda, who will be moderating that discussion. And she is going to be supported by Dr. Joseph Muvawala, Executive Director, National Planning Authority. And alongside that, we shall have Professor Anthony Muaga, Professor of Education, Principal of College of Education, Makerere University. Professor is there coming. Please welcome him with a hand clap. Next, we shall have Dr. Ruth Binzi Kamusoke, Project Coordinator, Private Sector Foundation, as part of the panel. And Dr. Loy Muhwezi, Commissioner TVET, Operations and Management, Ministry of Education and Sports. Let's welcome the panelists. And these panelists, the task that we are addressing is Dr. Hamis Mugendawara is sitting in for Dr. Joseph Muvawala. Thank you very much. So we are expecting great answers from this team because all of us are interested in the next generation of graduates who are produced by our education system. Madam Moderator, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope I can stay here. Right, thank you. Thank you very much. And good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it's such a pleasure to be here to moderate this panel on bridging the gap between education and the world of work and at this conference. And to have to moderate it after two very powerful keynote speeches, one by Professor Banda and then Dr. Divine, I think that set really the context. What kind of graduates does this country want? And what does the education system produce? I think the mismatch between what the education system produces and what the world of work demands or the marketplace wants, it's one of the challenges that we are still grappling with in this country. And we are delighted to have eminent speakers today to dive into that, as they have been introduced by the chairperson. But before we go into that, I'm going to give you an assignment also as the audience. As you listen, please take note of what is going to be your action tomorrow in response to what you are listening, maybe right from the earlier sessions, but most especially from the panel discussion. Because closing the bridge between what the education system produces and what the bucket demands or what the real life demands is not going to be just a responsibility of the systems or ministries of education. Each of us have a role to play. So in your respective places, this is an assignment or homework. We always assess our learners. You assess yourselves also. What is that action, immediate action that you're going to take, like immediately or tomorrow, for you to contribute to bridging this gap between what we produce as an education system or curriculum and what our education actually delivers? But before we go into that one, I would like to ask the panelists, just in 30 seconds or 1 minute, what is the single biggest mismatch you personally see today between what our education system produces and what our world of work actually needs in Uganda. What is that one thing, like in 30 seconds, the mismatch that you see, without, even if you don't provide that with evidence, but what you see, what is that biggest mismatch that you see between what we produce and what the world of work demands? I'll start with you, Dr. Loy. Thanks.
Thank you, Doctor, and greetings to the audience. The biggest mismatch I see is that educational institutions, they are mostly using routine learning. The routine learning, meaning we are focused on examinations, but not what the world of work wants. That is the biggest mismatch.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Lloyd, for setting the ball rolling. I'll come to you, Dr. Mgendawala. What do you see as the biggest mismatch between what we produce and what the world of work wants?
I think the biggest mismatch is that the final user of these skills is less involved in the planning and the execution and the preparation of the skills that are being prepared for him to use. That is what I see, that the employer is less involved in all the process. He's at the tail end, he receives a product that is not fit for purpose.
Thank you very much. How are we involving the employers in the curriculum development? The curriculum specialists will say that they involve them. Maybe we need to involve them more. But thank you very much for identifying that gap. Professor Mugambe?
Yeah, thank you very much. I take our education system to be like a ship without a compass. And that implies we have a very good ship, but it has no philosophy to guide people in what they think, what they do in private and public, and what they ought to be. You know, all countries in the world, apart from ours, have a philosophy. When you go to Japan, they have a philosophy. China, they have a philosophy. America, they have a philosophy. But what is our philosophy? Which guides us in our world of work, world of study, and everything. So we have a good curriculum. We have a good, but that which we do. That's why you find I may be a very good doctor, good professor, but when I go to work, I don't have a philosophy. I'm a good ship without a compass.
Interesting. Very good ship without compass. I think that's a question we have been grappling with. Does Uganda have a philosophy of education or a general philosophy? Again, I hope we are going to unpack that later also in the panel discussion. I'll end with you, Dr.
Yes, thank you very much. Coming from the industry, I think the biggest mismatch is that you're giving us products that can't think and can't solve problems. And that is very important for employers. And I think all of you saw what happened during COVID, where everywhere the whole world was locked down. And as an industry, what do? You have somebody holding a PhD, somebody having a degree, somebody is a good marketeer, and they're saying you can't move, you can't get access to supplies. What can you do? How do you think? And I don't know if in the curriculum, we are focusing more on how to prepare our graduates to think and solve problems. Because if we can't do that, the robotics will do it for us. Yeah.
So we are not producing critical thinkers and problem solvers. And from Dr. Divine's session, we are not producing people with character. So thank you very much. That's a huge gap. For the next session, maybe for the next 15 or 20 minutes, we are going to divide our discussion into like 4 rounds. And one round, is about the current reality and the evidence that we are drawing on. I think the input that the four panelists gave in response to the first question was based on what they are seeing, not necessarily on any evidence or systematic evidence. But for the next session, and I would like us to, and I'll address this to Dr. Mbugedawala from the National Planning Authority. What does the evidence tell us about how well our curriculum matches the labor market? And what is the source of that evidence?
It's quite a difficult question to answer because there are quite a lot of issues within our labor market which may not mean failure of our curriculum. I wanted the participants to understand this, but what we are seeing increasingly is that our country is still so much predominantly at the level of build and repair. The knowledge economy is still small and not so much well developed. That's why if you have a PhD and you just come into this country, if the universities don't absorb you, you struggle a little bit. It doesn't mean that whatever you know is useless, but it means that the level that you appeal to is not well developed enough to create a lot of opportunities for you. So we are seeing a labor market that is so much absorbing people with the technical skills, the mid-level, and less of those with advanced qualifications. And that speaks to the importance that the government now is placing so much on the technical education. But also, we are seeing a labor market where you have so many young people entering it, but with fewer opportunities, because now we have the median age of our of our country is 18 years. It's one of the youngest in the world. What does that mean? That 50% of the people in this country were born between 2008, which was yesterday, and today. That is the population you're dealing with. And between 700 and 1 million young people are joining the labor market every year. But we are able to absorb 320 or about, and the deficit is quite big. Now, the biggest absorption is tending towards those with technical skills and those with some science, technology, engineering, and math skills. And this is historical because previously the system was mainly dominated by humanities, and that formed the core. And so those areas became so saturated, and the job elasticities for humanities is really currently inelastic. And that is why now government policy is drifting towards the other side. But now there is the new animal that has entered the job market. This is the AI, where now so many careers are becoming obsolete. We don't know what we are going to do with accountants, because now companies just prepare their expenses and financial information and put into AI and say, I want you to prepare for me these statements, and it does so. And so what companies are doing, they're hiring on part-time. A lot of, even law is becoming a very dangerous career. even medicine. So what Divine was saying, that unless we are going to produce this individual who can now use AI to do their work, if they want to do their work independent of technology, they may not. Because currently someone will even do some tests and put the results to AI, and AI interprets what is wrong with their blood and all that. So in a nutshell, these are some of the flag gaps that are coming from our labor market.
No, thank you very much, Dr. Mugendawala. You raise two important issues there. So the issue of the labor market, that is quite smaller than what we produce. Okay? So again, the question is, are we producing, is the curriculum or the education system actually producing what the labor market wants? Can we also produce maybe job creators and so on, the ones who are not searching? I don't know, that's the question that has been going on, but you don't have to answer this. The other one, I think, which is even major, is that the ones who are absorbed by the market, are they able to deliver to the expectations of the employer? And I think I'll address this question to Dr. Biyinzika, who is representing the employer here. What is your take on this? What do you see? What does the evidence tell us about that mismatch between, you had started actually talking about it in your first submission, from the employer view? Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think that, of course, the mismatch is real. That's a fact. And even before I say what I have to say, I want to recognize what government has been able to do. There have actually been a lot of improvements. The curriculum changes, the TVET system changes, they are there. When you look at the prioritization of science and technology by the president, is there. But there are things that are not yet working. And I want to start from ECD, which most of you will not talk about. Now, the issue of problem solving and critical thinking actually starts early, all right? And this country is not prioritizing ECD. It's just left there without enough regulation. Now, what is happening in nursery schools or learning centers in China is that as people are playing already, they are doing interesting things. All right? What are we doing in ours? Nothing much. You get it? And unfortunately, even the small things we used to do, remember those traditional things we used to do, kids play and add and do these things. Now parents or teachers would just put a TV without guidance, and then you find that the kids are even losing the interpersonal skills. Have you seen kids in the car? I have some children, my kids, and I do remember that before, when I used to take the one who's at university to school, I used to sing for her in the morning. I would know I'm going to sing for her, tell her story. The one I have, she's on her iPad all the time. We actually go out, we don't speak. And it's not only me, it's all of you. Then you ask, guys, you said we want to go out, but the kids are on the gadgets. Eh? And that is interpersonal. I am telling you, employers are struggling with interpersonal skills a lot. You have first-class people that are always complaining, they can't do the work, they cannot relate, and it is a problem. So we need to think about it. The other issue are the instructors. You have an instructor, you're talking about AI, you're talking about all these other things, but they are not up to date. They are teaching the old things. Government, the Ministry of Education, has been trying to retool and do all these things, but there's limitation because there's no prioritization. The budget, it's limited, it's selective. What about others? We need to do it for all. People need to be, instructors need to be retooled and retooled and retooled. The other messy area is career guidance. Career guidance in schools in Uganda. I want to talk about Uganda. you have somebody that is guiding people about a career they don't know about. Some of us, you find somebody, they tell them, do head, do leg, do this, and somebody is asking, so this gives me what? What? No idea. We are not taking career guidance as something extremely very important. There has been an interest of saying, okay, let's involve the private sector. And I think for me that's excellent. You now have private sector representation on the councils of most of the institutions, which is excellent. But how can we do more to ensure that apart from being on these councils, we have more of our learners getting to the industry? There is support, there is funding. You find that schools want to do that, but they are limited. They are limited. We have talked about apprenticeship, the policies there. I sit on the committee, but there's limitation. It is still at a low level. When can we ever say, this is the budget? We now have our skills, the TVET Council. We want to ensure that it is given a budget to do its job. Things concerning support should not be compromised. And I think for me, that's where we see the challenge. Maybe the last one or two, one more or two, is whereby our education does not speak to the future. I remember when we got oil, is when we remembered to teach oil. You get it? Now, people are learning oil, and by the time they finish, the oil will be finished. You get it? So there's a problem. There's a very serious problem. If we know what will be required in the 10 years, it means we go back, because the education cycle is too long. I remember when we visited, there's some very interesting global institution. It was started by Michael Porter a long time ago, TCI, and I am a member. We went for a conference in Finland so many years back, 20 years back, and the companies in IT telecom were saying, guys, forget about voice, the phones. All of us were saying, oh, we need to buy. They said the big thing where we're going to make money is data. That is 20 years ago. 20 years ago. And I'm telling you, it is catching us right now. We are all spending more money on data than airtime. Airtime is typically free, isn't it? But the money you're spending, why? To buy bill, to pay for electricity bill, data. To transact online, data. Everything is data. Are we preparing? Did we prepare ourselves earlier? We are now struggling in universities. Every university now has cybersecurity, this and this. We should have started it long time ago, and even have our instructors be able to be prepared for that. Let us also try. Most of the universities, colleges do not go back to follow up on where their learners are after graduating. You need to know, if you have 100 or 5,000 out, how many are employed? How many are unemployed? Why are they unemployed? You get it? Is it because of manners? Is it because they can't do what they're supposed to do? Is it because we channeled out people that they are not required? Because we are not doing that. We put it in paper, but there are very few institutions in this country that go back and find where their learners are. What are they doing? What do employers need in the next coming 10 years? And I think government, Minister of Finance, please lobby. We need more funding to either the Minister of Gender, Minister of Education, to prioritize. We want to know. We want skills for the future. You can't provide skills for the future if you're not funding skilling for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. In a way, you have also spoken to the structural barriers that are kind of creating this mismatch between what the education system produces and what the market demands. The foundations are weak. You talked about ECDE, the underfunding, the career guidance, and so on. But I wanted to bring in Loy from the system perspective on this mismatch. What does the evidence tell us from what you're saying in the system? Maybe in a minute or so.
I think there is evidence that Uganda is progressing well in terms of embracing competence-based curriculum at all levels, up to university. That one, the evidence is there. However, there is still that mismatch where employers complain about the graduates. So there is that evidence that we are progressing well as far as curriculum redesigning is concerned. There is also evidence, actually in NDP 4, that there is progress up to 50% of graduates are employed. But our target in the National Development Plan is supposed to be around 75%. So we have that 25% to fill. There is also evidence that employers, associations, universities and institutions, they do surveys. They do tracer studies. It is not that there is no evidence that tracer studies are done. There is also evidence that curriculum development involves employers when they are developing curriculum. So what is the challenge? The challenge is not that we don't have data and we are lacking information. But the challenge is that the fragmentation and the delayed use of that evidence to answer what the employer wants. So what do we need to do? For me, I think we need, first of all, to answer 3 questions. What skills are employers looking for? Then there is a challenge there. Are all employers able even to define the skills they want? Because we should look now at both sides. In Uganda, are all employers in all sectors, in all industries, when they are invited to input the curriculum, are they able to articulate very well the sectoral skills they want so that the educator interprets those occupational standards and occupational profiles into training standards? Because when I talk of a curricula, I understand in my own TVET way, it is actually a framework. You must have occupational standards. You must have you first with occupational profiles, occupational standards, then the educators convert or interpret the occupational standards into training standards. And together you continue and develop assessment and certification standards. If we all get wrong at that level of curriculum design, that the employer has not ably explained the actual skills that are supposed to be converted into training standards, then we have not got it clear. 2, do we have enough industry to absorb the trainees? Because we all know that when it comes to infrastructure, internet connection, technologies, most of our training institutions, the educational institutions from primary up to university, it is uneven. So how many employers are willing to take on these learners? Because what they demand must be learned. So there should be a branding of training. School-based, where theories and basic skills are given. Then work-based learning, where this learner who has not touched any good equipment, who has not entered a chemistry lab to interface with chemicals, goes to industry and interfaces with the actual environment, learning environment that he's going to work in. So in a nutshell, I may say that going forward, curriculum review, curriculum implementation, curriculum assessment or evaluation must include employers. Not only inputting, but also taking learners to their workplace. We can't go away from working together, educational institutions and employers. For now, I can stop there, but I think that is what is we need.
Thank you very, very much. I think the first question that you raised, what skills employers looking for? But I think the other difficult question will also come. If the skills that they're looking for today, will they be relevant tomorrow? That's also a big question that we can think about. But before I dive into the issue of the curriculum reforms that are needed, teacher readiness and so on, I want to come to you for 30 seconds or 1 minute, Dr. Mugendawala, on the issue of the structural barriers from national planning points of view. What are maybe one or two of those structural barriers to add to what Dr. Bienska was talking about?
So these days, what we are trying to understand, traditionally, the country has diagonized unemployment from the supply side, that when we skill people, then they will get jobs. It's partly true, but not fully. And it has caught up with us. So much so that sometimes the unemployed youth are not necessarily poorly prepared. Some of them have the right skills, but still looking for some opportunity. And what we are seeing in order to immunize this is now to look the other side, on the demand side, and say, how can now the curriculum also create demand for the people it is supplying? Because education institutions, in most cases, focus on supplying the skills. But then they don't interest themselves the other side and say, how are we participating in creating home for where these people that we are supplying are going to stay? And so we are saying, can the school as well be a production center? Can it be as well a pseudo employer? Can the school also simulate an employer status? So much so that rather than preparing me to look for a job, it prepares me as well to become an employer or to employ myself. Of course, some of these concepts are easily said. I know how difficult, and I think Dr. Bienzika as well has always indicated this. It is difficult to create a job in this country, given the different rigidities that are there. We tend to just tell young people, create jobs. Go and create jobs, we've given you skills. But sometimes we rarely ask ourselves, why didn't we create our own jobs, and we decided to go and look for jobs in government. So whereas I'm saying that it's very important for schools and training institutions to start looking on the demand side where these skills are going to be, we must as well, especially me who is a government bureaucrat, try as much to make it easy for this young person to create something to do. It's very, very important, rather than me just saying, go and create a job. As a planner, I must ensure that I tirelessly see to it that this young man has access to some money, has access to business development services, can be linked to the market, rather than giving them a skill and abandoning them along the way. So a focus of the curriculum and training on the demand side now
is very, very critical from a planning perspective.
Okay. I think, I mean, the issue that you're talking about on the demand and supply, issues around the curriculum, this is the right moment to bring in Professor Mugaga. Professor Mugaga, what are those non-negotiables if we're thinking about redesigning the curriculum? What should be there?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll begin with a question or an observation. And one of them sounds funny. If you are going to marry, do you first buy a bed or you buy the bed after you've married? Number two, if you are going to have a good meal, do you train the cook after he or she has served the food at the table or before the food is served on the table? Number three, why is it that our graduates, Ugandan school graduates, who are, they say by the way, about 15% in Aga Khan Hospital, Nairobi, and other hospitals in Southern Africa, are top niche. But their classmates who might have got better grades here in Mulago cannot even treat headache at times. I'm being simplistic for a point, I'm a teacher. So now, to answer your question, we've for long applied what I call a post-mortem curriculum approach. Post-mortem curriculum approach. That is, you implement and then begin in the reverse, contrary to the proactive preventive curriculum approach. Last year, a moderator, National Council for Higher Education, NCDC, and the Ministry of Education wrote to us in universities and teacher training facilities that we must, by 2027 July, ensure that our programs are CBC aligned. These are about 6 years after CBC had already been implemented, because we know senior 6 students this year are sitting the CBC curriculum. What an interesting scenario. We are buying a bed after we've already married.
Thank you.
So that you
to
buy
me,
the right one.
And we are training our cook after the food is already at the table. So, to me, what are those things which I must? Number one, we must develop a philosophy of education aligned to our national curriculum. The campus I talked about, that which guides us. Number two, we must begin doing things the right way. You don't train a cook after he has already served or served the food on the table. By implication, now we have to beat the road very fast and retool all the teachers in the country. But we have the money, but we have to. Otherwise, the CBC trained students at O level and A level are coming to us when we are using the Crimean War approach. Crimean War was a war fought in Europe around it is the truth. We may review our programs, dear moderator, doctor, on paper, but in reality, do we have what it takes? Namely, do we have the transport facilities to transport students who are teaching to the field? Because competence-based means students must learn in the field trips. Do we have IT facilities, the smart boards for simulation for the science students? Do we have the practical materials? And remember, I think, was it Cicero? Cicero was a Roman senator who said, Nemo dat quid non habet. Nemo dat quid non habet. You cannot give what you don't have. So we cannot, we in the universities, give what we don't have. That's what the example I said. Our students in Aga Khan, our graduates in Aga Khan are doing well, but those who are remaining here. So it means that even us, we must be facilitated. An environment must be made which enables us to implement CBC. Many parents are complaining that schools are demanding money for us for trips. It's there. But those trips also, outside universities, teacher training facilities, have to engage them. But do you have the buses? Do you have the insurance to transport the students? Given the big numbers in our facilities, for example, at the College of Education where I am, I have 6,000 students, and per average, a lecture is one lecturer between 100 and 200.
I think, Professor Mugaga, you are raising very important things.
And now, if our threshold in teacher training facilities is one instructor to 100, how much can that instructor impart the competence, the resilience, critical skills, character? What Professor Doctor said, I forget his name. Divine. In order to have a clear curriculum, well refined, there are certain things, the hidden curriculum and the actual, which must be embedded in the one imparting them. For example, character. I cannot impart a good character to my teachers if there are 1,000 in a class. Even 100, contrary to the National Council of Higher Education, from 1 to 25. I can't. So I think we need to revise something. We need to do things right in one way or another.
Very right. We need to do things right. We need to align things. You are not going to improve one part of the system and leave the others untouched. Okay, it's like having a good education system that produces the right graduates that we're looking for. It's like a human body.
Yeah, maybe one.
Yeah, you can't. I think I've been notified. I think that the guest of honor is in the house.
Indeed, we gave you bonus time without informing you.
As we wrap up this session, we may not have time to actually engage the audience. So I have to respond to the chairperson. But what Professor Mugaga you are raising is that I think we know what we want as a system, as a country. But how do we align the whole system or every actor to be actually gearing towards producing that graduate that we're talking about, but also creating an enabling environment? Professor Banda in the earlier session talked about even within the teaching, how do you focus on the concept and not necessarily on the content? Even issues of the underfunding, how do we implement the competence-based curriculum? Maybe we are actually looking far away when the solution is next door, in the bush next door, rather than taking the graduates maybe to Kapchorwa and so on. So all these systems and the thinking probably needs to be aligned. But as I say thank you to the panelists, what is that action, like in 30 seconds, before we give the stage to the guest of honor? In 30 seconds, what is that immediate action that you're going to do like tomorrow to fix this, to contribute to fixing this challenge? And I'll start with you, Dr. Loy, like in 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. If I was given authority tomorrow, I would not look at curriculum design alone. I would look at the entire spectrum. And from foundational skills, as Dr. Ruth said, if you have not imparted the required skills to a child, even if you bring that child to a secondary school with his manners and behaviors and unskilled whatever, that person. So our curriculum should be starting from the foundational level. By the time the learner reaches a university, they are only completing a person.
So,
the
Dr.
move
Lloyd,
should
don't
be-
look at the curriculum alone.
And now I'm
So-
saying the spectrum, the curriculum should move with its implementation. Even if you have the best curriculum in the world, and where it is to be implemented from is completely neglected, and even the educator, as Dr. Divine says, himself, he's talking about theoretical things in the classroom, which he himself has not grabbed because he has not been given an opportunity to have continuous professional development.
I'll come
And
to you,
then
Dr. Muganda.
assessment.
Yes, Dr. Muganda. So don't look at the curriculum alone. Look at other things. Teacher training, the assessment, especially that thing of assessment. As I think was it Dr. Banda and Dr.
Assessment,
Dr. Muganda talked about it.
assessment,
Yes. Thank you.
doctor
Yeah.
leads employers in. That's the point I wanted
Okay.
to come on.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Assessment at work, but assessment also within the education system itself, the formal education system. Dr. Mgendawala.
Chair, I
30
can
seconds.
see you actually struggling to conclude, and we are
I know,
praying
we are
for you.
concluding. Dr. Mgendawala, 30 seconds, and I'll interject.
Thank you very much. I think from our perspective.
Like tomorrow, what is that immediate action?
Yeah, we need to support institutions to implement the curriculum as intended.
Support the
Very, very
institutions to implement.
Yeah, thank you very much. For me, mine is generic. As we implement CBC, CBE, we must be careful not to domesticate wholly our education system. Otherwise, our graduates will grapple with the new developments like robotic teachers, etc.
Let's not domesticate, very important. Dr. Beans, in 30
Minor
seconds.
two, National Council of Higher Education, why do you license courses that you know there are no jobs for? All right? Let's stop it. Many courses are there. Yes, you're there. You're there. You give these courses at university and you know there are no jobs. But people are just making money from private schemes. Let's stop that.
Repeat what you said.
You want me to repeat? Why do you license courses where you know there are no jobs? All right? Because people are earning money from private schemes.
Thank you.
Seriously. The
Thank
last
you,
one.
Dr. Abisi.
Why don't we return Chakam Chaka? We lost patriotism. It should be a must that
Thank you.
senior six Chakam Chaka get back to university.
Thank you, Dr. Beans. I think the Director, National Council for Higher Education, wanted to respond. I'm sure you'll have an opportunity sometime, but I have to close this session now. The chair is on my neck. Please join me to thank the panelists. I know this conversation is going to continue. It is not ending today. How we think about the products we are producing, are they fit for today, but also tomorrow and in the future? Because the needs, the job demands today might be this and that, but tomorrow, these people might need other skills, but especially that character that Dr. Divine talked about. So thank you very much, and thank you very much, panelists. Thanks, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Goretti, for managing the panel so well. Thank you very much, the professors on the panel and the doctors. We knew that when professors and doctors gather, the submissions are sometimes so tough and hot. And indeed, we thank all of them. I remember Dr. Mugaga leaving us with a question. Do you buy the bed first or you marry first? I'm sure you're reflecting on it, and at lunchtime you shall be able to answer. Otherwise, to me, I think either way works. Either way works. You may need to know the size of the bride before you buy the bed. Otherwise, Dr. Beans also threw in a hot spanner. Dr. Ruth threw in a hot spanner when she mentioned that some courses have no jobs. I work with the department in charge of university education and training, and I know we've always relied on the thinking that all the courses we have are courses that have already been categorized as critical for national development. So I think whichever it could be. Ladies and gentlemen, I mentioned earlier that one of the challenges we have in every area of development is time. It is never enough. Now, this discussion would have gone on until the day ends, but we can't push it that far. Otherwise, you recall that there's a session we skipped, and that session is going to begin happening halfway. That session included a school team coming to sing to us, but also to recite a poem, and I guess all is about curriculum. Then that very same session had remarks and speeches from guest of honor, ED, chairperson council. My thinking is that we can pick some of the items from that session so that we don't lose them completely. If we continue waiting for chief guests before we listen to ED and chair council, I'm afraid the politicians sometimes can be pulled by forces far stronger than their will. So we may end up missing that session. So as
there,
on the platform.
Because their numbers are, Dr. Muvawara Mugenda told us that our average age, so we need more room there.
And another speaker said that we Africans are good at delivering and we are continuing to deliver so
yes.
many children.
And then as the students continue to get on stage, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to introduce to us the first pilot of competence-based curriculum. The first pilot of competence-based curriculum is none other than Dr. Connie Kateba, former Director, National Curriculum Development Center. We are very, very happy to have you around.
We really need to see her face up here. She laid a very, very superb background for this country.
Yes, she's
Dr.
the one.
Connie, kindly come and wave to us from here.
She's the one who laid the foundation upon which the rest of us are building. So,
did I also see Dr. Baguma in the house?
Dr. Baguma, I am not sure. I haven't seen her, but that one I saw.
Possibly delayed in the house. Dr. Connie Kateba, thank you for having a very good dream.
Yes, we can once again appreciate her, the role she played. She's also the one who gave me the job.
I'm very confident that where she is, she's not seated, retired but not tired, continuing to guide the nation. Thank you very much, Professor. Okay. For entertainment, there's no preamble. Just move. Are we starting with a song or a dance? I mean, or a poem? Song first? Okay.
Enterprising, creative, we are ethical and so confident, informed and healthy, twatuka, Yukarishnam, Yentabila yokulo, Esomesa Yukarishnam, Kuchamo Mangalo Munani Twauna, Yukarishnam, Yentabila yokulo, Esomesa Yukarishnam, Kuchamo Mangalo Munani
Thank you, thank you. Let's move direct to the poem.
Hello, Uganda.
And hotel about 2 years ago. I think the year was 2023. And it was international enough to even be blessed by the presence of the First Lady and Honorable Minister of Education and Sports. We still expect the minister to attend this very one, and we are still hopeful. So are we ready? St. Aloysius Girls, all the way from Masaka City. Okay, and as we wait to enjoy the poem, the song was actually in one of the African languages called Luganda. And to me, for those who didn't hear the language, like my sister Foyo-chan, the song was full of praises for the new curriculum, that it is hands-on, that there is no more mere lecture from the teacher, that there is participation, that there is teamwork, that there is innovation and creativity. And for all that reason, they said it is warmly welcome. I am about to penalize the instructor for taking a lot of time. Otherwise, I know now he's set. And you see, if you want to test competences, you must have prepared the people very well. Are we ready now? Okay, let's move.
Hello, Uganda. I love education, a strong foundation, a firm foundation for the future generation and all this nation. To all it's a treasure, which all people gather. Sure it gives pleasure, you call it leisure. Leisure and pleasure you can't measure. Wow, wow. Hi Riggers, you populace. Welcome to this place, the place of sharing and grace. Thank you for joining the race. Transforming our learning is the race. You are good. This is a sound case. When the going gets tough, the tough get going. When change is ripe and set, we can't change.
We live in a world of confusion.
Confusion?
The world of ducks and bats.
The world of ducks and bats.
Wondering who stands upright. Wondering who is upside down.
What's gender? Scientists versus artists.
Every discipline is of value. Humanities, vocation and science align.
Humanities, vocation and science align.
Daily problems it must solve. If it can't,
you teach in vain.
Every subject can be practical. If it can't,
you teach not, you confuse. Theory alone in learning has gone by. Training parrots and parrots, oh no, no. Whatever we learn, we must do. Give me chance to learn and do. I assert whatever I learn, I must do. Theory alone, we say bye-bye. We embrace competence and learning hands-on. We need to learn and put at work. Stop to talk and talk and talk and talk. We need to learn to talk, to walk and work. If we learn to talk and walk and work, thus we learn to talk and work, thus we walk the talk.
Thank you, my classroom teacher. You open my eyes and show me the way. I was born with ability, this I boldly say. Oh, like a spoon stirs sugar in a cup, I only need to be inspired by you. Your guidance can make me discover.
Listen to me, my teacher. When I hear, I get awake. When I see, my interest rises. When I touch, I don't forget. When I do, I get the skill. With the skill, I become a resource.
Attention.
New curriculum teaches not only to hear. New curriculum arouses my interests. New curriculum doesn't allow me to forget. New curriculum leaves me with a skill.
It makes me become a resource.
A job maker, not a job seeker. Science versus arts versus science.
Which is practical and which is not?
They both apply in life. Science versus arts versus science.
Science and arts is a work of God.
A work of God put on table by a philosopher. If you can't apply arts, you are not worthy. If you don't apply science, go back to school. We enjoy music and art day by day. We go to school to live, so to work and live. Every subject must be practical. Every subject must be practical. Agriculture, physics, history, and fine art. Listen to me, Mr. Agri.
Care for those fields and give me milk and food.
Uncle CRE.
Teach me sanity and morals, thus to live in peace.
Madam Physics.
Teach me how to handle my school generator, never to be in blackout.
And Ma.
Teach me how to think fast and make dependable conclusions.
Daddy History.
Teach me the past to avoid the past mistakes and make a better future.
Dr. Fine Arts.
I see. You make my school look godly and beautiful.
No time, no time. The rest of the subjects come to my inbox for the packet sent by and by. We shall sing and dance and swing. We shall rise and fly. Like fish in water shall we swim. We shall whistle and whistle like a swan. We shall live in harmony as bees. We shall jump with a feather in a cap. We shall change the world to paradise.
Wow. Now that we've reached paradise, I think that is the end. Thank you very much, St. Aloysius Girls, Masaka. Why do people insist that good schools are only in Kampala City? Tell our parents there are good schools across the country. You can't believe this was from Masaka, where I also come from. Thank you very much. I was only wondering how far we shall continue calling it a new curriculum. Isn't it 6 years old now? Do we still continue using the word new? Only that I think Ugandans are addicted to that. Even the new park is 20 years old. Did you know? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank the girls so much for the two productions, the poem and the song. May we just know the names of the teachers who have been behind this? Our dear teachers, may we just know your names?
Protocol observed. I am Tony Prosper. I teach music and fine art.
Okay. Real hands-on subjects. I must come and learn some music such that it acts as part of my retirement package when the years come. I think people can sing all through life. We agreed earlier that we shall pick the two items that remained and bring them now. So allow me to invite the director NCDC to kindly come over, give those quick remarks, but also invite the chairperson of council to also talk to us. When the guest of honor finally arrives, we may do a repeat of a few things, but for now we can't postpone your case any longer because he may actually come very late, and after lunch we are heading into an activity of breakaway sessions, and sometimes when the breakaway sessions happen, dropout also happens. So we want to have the people when they are still intact. Over to you. This mic needs something.
Thank you very much, the Director of Program. I'm very delighted and excited for today. For the interest of those who may not know me, my name is Bernadette Nambi Karuhanga, the Director, National Curriculum Development Center. I'm very, very happy that my predecessors have honored us and are here. I want to thank you, Madam Kateva. Madam Kateva gave me my appointment letter when I joined NCDC as the Deputy Director. I was so excited. Our chief guest in absentia, the Chairperson, National Curriculum Development Center Council, Professor Penjuru. I don't know where he has gone. The Permanent Secretary in absentia, our dear partners, distinguished delegates, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. It is a great pleasure and honor to welcome you for the second International Conference on Curriculum Development. First and foremost, allow me to thank each one of you for setting aside your valuable time to be a part of this memorable day by attending the second International Curriculum Development Conference. Your presence is a testimony to your commitment to shaping the future through education. This year's theme, as we have already heard, focuses on innovative curriculum approaches for sustainable education in a globalized world. As we gather here today to reflect on the innovative curriculum approaches for sustainable education, we should take cognizance of the central role played by the curriculum in education and in economic development of any country. The curriculum is central to human capital development of any country, equipping learners with competencies for the world of work, but also competencies for lifelong learning. So our focus, therefore, should be on equipping learners with productive skills necessary for survival in the 21st century. In an effort to achieve the above, most nations world over are shifting towards competence-based learning. As a country, Uganda is in the middle of reforming its education system, among which is the review of curricula across all levels to make it competence-based. However, curriculum reviews alone cannot make education a success. Success requires concerted efforts from all stakeholders, who include the policymakers, the teachers, the assessors, the curriculum designers, the parents, and the community, among others. I believe that together we can tackle real-world education challenges and seek ways of developing competencies that empower our learners to survive in today's dynamic global economy. Therefore, as we deliberate on the issues today, we ought to seek ways of ensuring that the many good ideas generated during this conference are operationalized to ensure a future worth living for the next generations. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference has been organized by the National Curriculum Development Center with support from our dear partners. I'm sure all those partners have already been mentioned by the chief organizer of the conference, Dr. Irumba. And it has been effected under the stewardship of our ministry, the Ministry of Education and Sports. Colleagues, join me to thank our distinguished partners for all the support accorded to us. Thank you so much. I take this opportunity to also appreciate the organizing committee under the leadership of Dr. Richard Irumba, who is our editor-in-chief. We have a journal which normally feeds from these conferences, but he's also been our chairperson of the conference organizing committee. I thank you for a job well done, Dr. Irumba, and your team. Thank you. I want to thank you, our dear delegates, for attending this conference. Do you know what it means when you have organized such a conference and there is no audience? So let's clap for ourselves. Thank you also for preparing the papers, the keynote speeches, the panel discussions that are making sense to our discussions. And we also want to encourage each and every individual here to engage freely, to network. Such platforms are good for networking, to discuss, and finally, to provide possible and feasible solutions to the many challenges that will be raised during these discussions. Once again, I welcome you to the second International Conference on Curriculum Development, and I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you for your kind attention, for God and my country. Thank you. I was given the honor of inviting our dear chairperson of the National Curriculum Development Center Governing Council, Professor George Lada Openjuru, to come and give his remarks. Professor, you're welcome.
So, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, Prof.
Yeah. Distinguished guest, the Honorable Minister of Education and Sports, in absentia, the PS Ministry of Education and Sport, and all the other government officials, delegates, researchers, and all the educational professionals gathered here today, members of the press who are covering this conference, ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinguished honor and privilege to welcome you all to the official opening of the second International Conference on Curriculum Development, organized by the National Curriculum Development Center. This conference is building on the incredible foundation that was laid in 2003 as the inaugural conference in this very same venue of the Speak Resort Convention Center, Munyonyo, Kampala. So we gather once again with renewed purpose to advance the global dialogue on educational transformation. And given what we have already gone through, you will agree with me that we are at a crossroads. Curriculum is central to national development. It is not simply an administrative or a classroom matter, but a foundational driver of a society, social and economic transformation. The knowledge, the practical skills, the ethical values, and the dynamic attitudes we cultivate in our learners today directly dictates the competency of our future workforce, entrepreneurs, tech innovators, and civil leaders. In an era defined by rapid technological advancement, an evolving global economic landscape, our curriculum cannot remain static. They must remain deeply relevant to Uganda's socioeconomic aspiration while remaining flexible, forward-thinking, and responsive to international trends. Curriculum development must be rooted in evidence, collaborative research, and real-world implementation experience. Conferences like these are vital purpose in our evolving education landscape by providing an essential platform for research and innovation that is generating empirical insights and practical solutions to addressing current instructional challenges. They are vital for global networking, get to know ourselves, connecting educational practitioners, policymakers, and researchers across the globe to exchange transformative ideas. It will also enhance systematic cooperation in co-designing with improved strategies and frameworks to uplift the quality of education in Uganda and internationally. This mandate directly supports the objective 2 of Uganda's 4th National Development Plan, or the National Development Plan 4, which focuses on enhancing human capital development along the entire life cycle. By learning from the global perspective and adapting best practices, we ensure our education system produces highly skilled, adaptable, and productive population. As National Curriculum Development Center Council, we remain fully committed to providing the strategic oversight, institutional support, and policy direction necessary for NCDC to fulfill its national mandate. We recognize that impactful curriculum reform require continuous alignment with Uganda's national priorities, robust stakeholder feedback, and sustained investment. On behalf of the National Curriculum Development Center Council, I would like to express our profound gratitude to the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Education and Sports for its unwavering commitment to curriculum reform and for supporting this conference. We also extend our sincere thanks and gratitude to all our international and local partners, sponsors, and delegates. We continue to welcome collaboration and resource mobilization to maximize the reach and impact of this initiative. We view members of the press as a key partner in educational reform because they enable access to the population. We therefore encourage you to provide a critical, balanced, informed, and constructive reporting that highlights the milestone while fostering a healthy discourse, public discussion around implementation opportunities and challenges. As we commence this multi-day engagement, I urge every participant to engage openly, challenge existing paradigms, and build strong networks. The evidence, the practical recommendation, and partnership generated here over the coming days will actively shape the future of this learning for the generations that are to come in future. I would like to take this opportunity also to thank the organizers of this conference, headed by Dr. Rumba and team, and also to thank the National Curriculum Development Center and appreciate the leadership that have been there. I'm happy to see Dr. Connie Kateba after a long time. I hope she still remembers me. I have had the privilege of working with 3 directors in NCDC, not as chairman, but as a member of the NCDC Council. It just happened. So I thank all the leadership, present, current, and the staff. And I can say phenomenal progress is being made ever since I joined NCDC. It is now my distinguished honor again to welcome you all to this second international conference on curriculum development. I wish you all the best in your future generation. I am Professor George Ladau Penjru, the chairperson of the NCDC Council and the representative of Uganda Vice Chancellor's Forum and a Vice Chancellor of Gulu University in the North. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor. And indeed, we have seen Gulu University rise and rise again and again. Thank you for overseeing all those developments, even when it comes for various university competitions. We see them competing as if they're in the capital city. Thank you very much, Professor. Professor has ably led us to the conclusion of this part of our engagement. When you check your programs, the last bit around this time was supposed to be group photograph, press session, and then the poem. The poem has been done. I think it's okay to have had professors here for keynote addresses. We've had them here for panel discussion. We've had them here for the addresses. So may I request that they all come over. Cameramen, which is the best position for the photo? Right here. Right here. Okay? Okay, allow me to kindly invite all the people who have spoken to us, because that will make a summary of all those. The keynote speakers, the discussants, the panelists, those who made remarks, including opening remarks, and the professor who just concluded that part of the day. And we want to continue thanking you, my dear Commissioner Tivet. Thank you very much for all the innovations in that sector. Those of you may not know, she's among the very few doctors in that field of TVET. I think when you begin counting, you count about 4. Okay. Cameramen and women, please advise from up, from down. Do we need chairs? I see that team having about 16 people. And so, then after that, I'll invite another team. These ones will remain continuous. These ones will remain continuous. Then I invite others. Okay, the cameramen are proposing that we stand up. And I know you all have competencies of jumping. Yes, so all is what is being awaited for are the smiles. Am I chairperson of the session here? Okay. Come a little bit closer, baby. Yes, one person had been left out here. But on the same note, I now want to invite all the other keynote speakers to also join. There are other keynote speakers that have not spoken today but are yet to speak. If they are not yet here, may I invite all the paper presenters now to come. All the paper presenters kindly come for this photo. We may not have another moment when we are all available. So let's use this moment. All the paper presenters are coming, and I know that in your book you can trace who is who because you've been having the book. Let's pull this one this side. If you're not sure of your jumping skills, there's a ramp over here, and I see my doctor coming in. I am very sure that photograph should form the cover page of the conference. Cameramen and women, are we almost there? Okay, those who have missed this one can do selfies on their own. Yes? And I see many media houses taking the photo. I see Daily Monitor, I see NBS, I see New Vision. NCDC must also be having a media channel, a YouTube channel. Thank you. Let's have the last one to involve all our dear partners and education development partners. So all our partners kindly come over. I don't want to reread. The board up here clearly shows who is our critical partner. Please come over. Please come over. And the very last one will be steering committee. Then we head for lunch. Thank you very much, our partners, for the sponsorship and for the love and for the collaboration. We pray that you continue doing the same. And some of you have collaborated on so many fronts, not only curriculum. I see those who have collaborated in special needs. Yes. Which particular cameraman now? All of the four. Okay. Okay. Our dear partner, thank you. The very last one for now is the organizers. Organizing committee, kindly come for this photo. Yes. No, they are there. Organizing committee, kindly join that photo. And then we head into lunch. Okay, the other organizers have gone to organize. Let's capture those who are here. Oh, please represent them. I also came in late just today, but let me join. As we head for lunch, this is very important information. After lunch, ladies and gentlemen, we have two activities. One are the breakaway sessions, to which each session has been allocated room. The rooms are 6. One is Acacia, Speakable room where we are, Ebony, Mahogany, Jacaranda, and Sapphire. And all those rooms are just at the bottom of this very one we are on. Feel free to check through the program and see where you fit best and kindly get there. But since our chief guest has not arrived yet, and we still have hope that he may come, we are humbly requesting that when he comes, you allow us to demobilize you from there. And you get back briefly, we listen to him, because it also gives value to our conference when we have the Honorable Minister present. May we humble ourselves to pray for lunch. Dear Lord, we thank you for the food we are about to eat. Lord, we know that there are many people out there who have very high appetite but with nothing to eat. And yet we are also aware that there are those who have something to eat but without appetite. Lord, we are lucky that those of us in this space have both the appetite and the food. May we enjoy it in your name. Amen. It is exactly 21 minutes past 2. We are still delayed by a full 1 hour. So if you can compensate a bit at lunchtime, how many minutes should we use for lunch? How many minutes should we use for lunch? People are still insisting on the 1 hour. Yet the presenters here have told us to learn to adjust, like we did in the curriculum.
Which underpins that learners develop their knowledge and understanding through of the world through experiences that are posed to them. And the competence-based curriculum runs on the Bloom's taxonomy, whereby we use verbs that require the learner to do. And the competence-based curriculum framework requires that learners are at the center of learning. It's a learner-centered approach of learning, and whereby the teacher is a facilitator. The study used this approach, the methods, that is the research design was exploratory, descriptive, qualitative design, using interpretivist paradigm across the research phases, which were literature review, conducting interviews, designing of templates, of schemes of work and lesson plans based on the literature, and also observing the classroom of the teachers, how they are presenting. The study population and sampling, being that it was qualitative, the study focused in Jinja. Our sample was obtained in Jinja, and the sampling was on 21 teachers. That is, we had a mix of government and private schools, and we used purposive sampling in identifying these teachers, and mostly we focused on teachers who had 5 years experience and above. Data collection instruments, we had semi-structured interviews with teachers, we had document analysis checklist, and we also had the pilot schemes of work and lesson plans. We also conducted lesson observations. Data was analyzed using thematic analysis of interview data, and also the content analysis of lesson plans and schemes of work structure. And this also helped us to do also this kind of triangulation to understand exactly what's on the experiences of the users. The study followed the ethical considerations, whereby we had informed consent of the participants, and everything remained confidential. The results, as per the objectives, that teachers demonstrated varied familiarity with competence-based curriculum, implementation, and practices. Knowing that in the beginning the teachers had some kind of resistance and hope that really curriculum will be competence-based curriculum will be the norm of the day. So they had different way of approaching it. So some had an awareness, others didn't have, others seemed to be teaching using learner-centered approaches, but yet they are still providing notes. We also observed that most teachers understood curriculum principles, but required additional implementation support. That bit of probing learners was quite lacking, and we are not really following exactly what they had really planned. The lesson planning, finding 2 on the lesson planning and schemes of work, collaborative planning strengthened instructional quality and curriculum alignment among teachers. 5 minutes. Okay, and we observed that when teachers worked together, they managed to come up with proper planning, and also they were also exposed to digital tools that helped them to come up with their lesson plans. The prototypes which were given to them also helped them to capture a number of competencies that were required to be taught to the learners, but we observed that their limited training constrained their effective implementation, and also they also had challenges with resources that would support the implementation of their lesson plans. So therefore, we would say that the teachers show varied preparedness in implementing the competence-based curriculum, given that not all of them got training, and the earlier trainings were more to do with cascade model, so they never got exactly enough awareness on how to need to implement the curriculum. We find that the instructional planning practices are improving, but some remained back, because we give them some of these tools and help them to show them how to use them. But again, we found that there is no more need of support in order to be able to implement appropriately. We also saw that collaboration and learner-centered teaching were also coming through, though stronger teaching support also would help to improve on the way they deliver the CBC. Okay, for purposes of time, let me jump in those areas, but maybe we had, this study had some limitations in that the study was only done in Jinja, and it was qualitative, and you know that qualitative captures a small sample. So we would hope that maybe in the future, further research would go for longitudinal research. To conclude, effective CBC implementation depends on quality lesson plans and schemes of work, and the teachers embrace CBC. They have really now come to appreciate it, but they need more support in terms of training and resources. There's also need for practical planning support, whereby teachers need to work together in order to come up with the quality schemes of work and lesson plans. The contribution of this knowledge would provide evidence-based instructional planning practices, supporting effective CBC implementation. This study also develops practical lesson planning templates, which this study, which it managed to arrive at, that it came up with the templates that would be supporting the CBC implementation, and also they need to strengthen understanding of the teacher needs during the curriculum implementation. The study is also very important, significant in the way that it supports effective implementation of Uganda's competence-based curriculum, and informs curriculum review, teacher development, and instructional planning. The study also promotes quality teaching for improved learners' competence acquisition. We suggest that further research direction goes for longitudinal studies, and comparative studies also should be done to find out how other East African neighbors, how they implement CBC, since now East African community has embraced CBC approach to education. And also there is a need to do more research on how ICT can support lesson planning and schemes of work. I think this is my last slide. This is what this study means to policy. We call upon that the Ministry of Education and Sports strengthens continuous professional development to teachers, especially in-service teachers, so that they can improve on their delivery on the CBC. We need also increase the investment in instructional resources and digital learning, since the curriculum requires the teachers to use ICT and also library resources. There's also need for institutional regular support and supervision of the CBC implementation, whereby inspectorate should go into schools to see that competence-based education is implemented. Do I still have more time? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Joyce Nansuga, a curriculum specialist and working with National Curriculum Development Center in the area of pedagogy. We were intrigued by the theme of the conference that shared about innovative approaches of education that drive education. And when we reflect on what National Curriculum Development Center does in terms of pedagogy, develops proposes strategies and methods that can support the teaching of the competency-based curriculum. I used an opportunity we had when we went to the field during the pretest of the evaluation of the lower secondary curriculum tools to collect the data. So my focus was on how does inquiry-based learning as a method support learner engagement and teacher delivery and acquisition of the soft skills. Many of us refer to them as the 21st century skills. And before I discuss, let me share a brief of what I got in two schools that I went to. I was in Kampala, and in these two schools, I requested to see two chemistry teachers from one school and the other. I will not share because of need to consider their data to be reserved somewhere. So in these two schools, one of the schools, the teacher came with materials. The teacher was going to teach about solubility, and the teacher came with items to class, to a senior 2 class, before engaging the learners. The method embraces questioning as one of the key techniques to enhance teaching and learning. So the teacher asked, what do you think we are going to learn about today with what you're seeing? But remember, the learners were prepared prior. They knew they were going to do solubility. So in that lesson, the teacher had several materials. So what is the opposite of solubility? And then another set of learners also responded. And then the learners were grouped, okay? And the lesson started from there. But they were utilizing questioning as a key technique to enhance the learning and for the teacher to enable the learners acquire the soft skills and also improve on his teaching. For the other school, the teacher sent the learners out to identify the materials from within the school environment and bring them to class to guide the lesson that they were going to engage in. So inquiry-based learning is one of the approaches that Curriculum Development Center has proposed for teaching of sciences. Since morning, we have been going through CBC, the reforms. There are several policies that guide the competency-based curriculum. I request I skip a bit of the background because at least we know quite a number of policies guide the competency-based curriculum and its delivery. When we dwell in, my research was guided by 3 research objectives. One was to establish the influence of inquiry-based learning techniques on learner engagement. Let me briefly share the few techniques that are known when it comes to inquiry-based learning. These techniques include questioning as a key technique. They use questions, the what, the why, the how. Then the other is learners form hypotheses of what do they expect will result from what they are doing. Then they will experiment. Learners do experiment with what they have been provided for as a technique. Minus experimentation, there is a component of reflection. They will conclude and also reflect. So those are processes that they go through while they are learning the key concepts that they are engaging in. My second research objective was to explore how the inquiry-based learning approach promotes the acquisition of the soft skills among senior 2 learners But remember, my focus wasn't on the learner. My focus was more on the teacher, because the teacher supports the delivery of the lesson. And then the third was to establish the merits and demerits of using inquiry-based learning in teaching and learning. Like my previous colleagues, I adopted the constructivism learning theory, which points that learners actively construct knowledge through actively interacting with the environment. In my research design, since I was doing it alongside a field activity I had been sent for, my sample size was small. I did a case study, and it was in that case study, I used the qualitative approach to collect data. And my size was of 5 schools. I interrogated with 10 teachers. There were 10 teachers, meaning two from each school, but I did not take count of the number of learners. They were large classes. So in those large classes, I did not take count of the size of the class because I was most interested on how the teacher embraces IBL in teaching and learning. The schools were 5, like I have mentioned. My data collection instruments were classroom observation. I did observe because most of the activities were done in small groups and learners had to share. In there you're learning, you're seeing how they are utilizing the soft skills and learning the content as well. I did semi-structured interviews with the teachers, not the learners, because now it was more of a reflection. What was your lesson like? Did you like it? What do you think you will do better with this approach next time you use it in class? Then I did the focus group discussion. This time was for the learners, in absence of the teacher, for the learners to give me a brief of what they feel they are benefiting as the teacher uses the inquiry-based learning approach. This data was thematically coded, analyzed, was coded thematically in line with the research objectives. Of course, you cannot collect data without seeking ethical considerations from whoever you're collecting data from. That we did. I used that opportunity since we were piloting the tools of the evaluation. What did the results reveal? The results revealed that learners were more active. They would probe more because they were engaging practically in the lesson. They would collaborate, even the silent one. The voice had to be heard. So these skills, soft skills, were coming out clearly. And then learners were reasoning more. For example, why is it that sugar cannot easily dissolve in cold water, but it easily dissolves in hot water? Does temperature matter? So the learners were sent back home for the day school to try it out and share their results the next day. So the learners go beyond the classroom application and also try out what they have learned physically. For the second objective, the results revealed that the study results showed that IBL significantly contributes to, I've already shared the skills that it contributes to, but learners are engaging in the lesson. They will engage, and the teacher will also engage and also be able to reflect on what to do better next time. And then the benefits, each learner is part and parcel of the lesson. The teacher is able to improve upon his lesson planning. He's able to identify the loopholes and also be able to address them in the next lessons, and also help learners apply the knowledge acquired in the classroom to real life. What do the results imply? Since morning, we've been learning about the need to engage more in capacity building. There is need to invest more money into retooling the teachers so that they are well equipped with how to use the methodology. If the methodology goes wrong, learning doesn't take place as expected. So it is important that teachers are retooled on the varied teaching learning approaches and how to embrace them. The context may differ, but it is important that they are retooled. My study was a bit biased because I considered schools that have resources. I couldn't go to a school that doesn't have resources. My findings wouldn't make meaning. So resource availability is key. Whereas you're telling them to improvise, when they go out, will they be able to identify these materials out there? So it is important that the resource materials are availed. The class size also matters. The two classes I went to were really, really noisy, and the teachers were getting off at a certain point. Why? Because you find some learners switch off and decide to do their own things, and yet they're working in a group. So class size also matters. How best do I apply IBL in a large class size? The limitations, like my colleague has shared, we have restrictions. I could only do it in Kampala since I was in Kampala, but it can be spread out to larger samples, and you have a mix of schools, peri-urban, those in the rural and in the urban setting. And then the research was dominantly qualitative. We need a mixed methods research that will will provide more data for other studies. Most of the studies that I had read about in IBL were more of systematic literature reviews. I didn't see anything to do with a study that had been physically done. Dear members, that is what I have. And then as I conclude, yes, that is it. The last one has to do with policy implications. The policy implications as NCDC, since we developed the curricula, we are supposed to go out and see how these methods we have proposed are working in the field, to come back and inform and learners to also be able to have hands-on. And then development partners can work alongside with government in supporting the CPDs, funding the CPDs, and supporting research on a wider scale. I submit.
Thank you. Let's have our last presenter, and then we can engage them on their presentations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Emmanuel Adengo is my name. I'm going to take you through a study, a fraction of the study I'm doing, part of my academic work, just part of it. And this one, I'm trying to pick one component of the learner. Our curriculum is emphasizing the generic skills, the 21st century skills. I wanted to hear from the learners, what are their experiences in acquiring those skills? What opportunities are there? What challenges are there for these learners? I'll not dwell much in the background because we are all aware of where we are with our curriculum. It is competence-based. It is talking about learners should be in groups. The teacher should be at the center of the whole process. Amidst all that, how are learners getting, how are they feeling, the interaction they're having in the classroom? So I felt that a lot of through the literature, most of the studies have dwelled so much on the teacher and then the curriculum. I think we saw the triangles in the morning. And I think I felt I need to hear from the learner also, because these are the real consumers of whatever we are trying to do. So my study was based on the learner, and I also went with the thinking, our classrooms are so much crowded, and we are trying to make sure that we attain these skills, a teacher to pupil ratio of around 100 to 1 teacher. I need to want these learners to be communicators, to be collaborative, to be critical thinkers. I really wanted to have a feel. So one of the research questions that I'm presenting here is, what are the learners' experiences in acquiring generic skills using the lower secondary curriculum in Uganda? Just like other previous speakers, I prefer to use Vygotsky's social constructivism theory. And then I also felt that they have like social interaction, because these learners are going to interact in a group. how does this social interaction model complement such that this theory emphasizes collaboration, it emphasizes peer assessment, that is feedback, assessment as learning is taking place, and then group reflection in the learning process. So I used a case study design and basically purely used a qualitative approach. And I targeted 3 secondary schools in the Iganga district. I went to those schools, I purely selected students of senior 2 and senior 3. I felt senior 1 and senior 4 are not going to be good for me because senior 4s are busy, the school is always busy with national assessment, and the senior ones are there that have just started absorbing the shock of the lower secondary school curriculum. So I picked 2 and 3. And for each class, of course, I went and observed even the lessons. That was the first thing. I observed the lessons. I told this was a study, it has other components. In that observation, I was interested in 2 people, the teacher and then the learner. I'm not going to talk about the teacher because it's another study. I'm going to pay attention to the learner. My interest was to observe. It was non-participatory. I was basically observing how are the learners engaging themselves in those groups, what are the enablers and what are the barriers that are affecting the acquisition of these skills. So I later on put these learners in an FGD, in a focus group discussion, where I basically selected 10 students per class. I was very sensitive about gender. I had to mix boys and girls, except for one of the schools. One of the schools among the 3 was purely a girls' school. And the other thing about these 3 categories of schools, they were also chosen. One is purely a boarding girls' school. I wanted to hear what's happening in boarding schools. 2, the second one was private, is a private school, religious, it has religious issues, and it's mixed with both boys and girls. It also has boarding and day. Then another one was purely day school, and it's a seed school, what we call in Uganda the seed school. So I wanted to hear from the 3 categories of schools. Ethical issues, these are part of academic issues. Clearance was done, and I analyzed the data. Basically, I used systematic analysis. Then when it comes to the results, I ended up having 2 broader themes. One was on the positive experiences these learners go through. And then there were some emerging codes that emerged. These learners appreciated the power of collaboration that they are getting in the groups, where they feel that there is a lot of teamwork and there is a lot of peer learning. They also feel that they're acquiring a lot of skills because these teachers are encouraging these learners to go to the library to research for information. And they feel through the process, they are learning how to gather information. When you deconstruct critical thinking, one of the major things under critical thinking is a skill of information gathering. These learners felt like gathering information, and when they were sharing the experiences, it was beautiful to hear from the learner say, I went to this book and this book looked not authentic. For me, that was something powerful. When a learner can tell whether the book has got the right source or correct information or wrong information. And this is a syndrome that's affecting all of us. How do we make sure that we filter, if you are reading a newspaper, which newspaper gives you the right information and which one does not? The other one was the issue of social and interpersonal growth, where these learners felt that they're learning to bond. Before they felt they feared one another, they were like enemies, they were like co-wives. But because now they're in the group, they felt that they're interacting and they're developing interpersonal skills. Then the other one, which was very interesting, is that they're saying when they're forming these groups, the beauty about it is the teacher just says, you go to the other group, and you have no power to decide which group. They felt bad at a certain point, but they're also attributing it to something beautiful. They're able to mingle with other people of other communities, of other languages, of other religions, and this is something they felt. The other one was on the learner agency, the autonomy of these learners. They felt that within the group, they're able to practice their own decision making. They have power to make decisions in a group, and when that autonomy comes in, they feel learning is taking place. The other beautiful thing these learners talked about was when there is peer-to-peer feedback. When your colleague tells you what you have mentioned, yes, that is beautiful, and that kind of positive feedback from their colleagues, even when you have made a mistake and they're able to appreciate you, and that kind of engagement within the group makes these learners passionate about learning. And to me, I feel that is where the skill acquisition is taking place. And then they also feel that the curriculum is linking what is taught to what is outside there. And then the other one is, when they tell you to go and make your own notes, And then you come, and the learners always have that, those of us who have gone to CBC classrooms, a learner is to go to present. They feel when you're presenting and you're presenting your idea and the teacher accepts it, someone says, wow, so I'm also a hero. And when they put it in the notes, the learner, in quotes, becomes the author of those notes. And that's what the power learners really attributed. Then the other one is on the digital and research skills, where these learners felt that much as they go to the library, of course, this one was coming largely from an affiliate school. This is School Chu, which was basically a mix of both boarding and day. The school is a bit average. They have computer rooms, they have internet. They felt that whenever they go there, they get the skills of researching. And to me, that was something which is good when you talk about information gathering and so on. The other interesting thing was about the power of the parental support. Parents are there for these children. Most of them were able to say, when our teacher told us to do ABC, to go and do this project, and I called my mother, and the mother was able to send me money to buy it. To me, that was something very great. It means the parents are coming in to support the children, and also the school is able to provide these learners with some materials. The other one is on assessment. These learners are happy about activities of integration. If you hear about activities of integration, you know how beautiful it is for you to do an exam out of a chapter you have just done. They felt that is the best. After I've done that, I am remembering everything. When I go fresh to the next one. So learners felt that mode of assessment is so sweet to them. Then the other thing is, on the contrary, what are the negative experiences they felt? The learners also feel there are cases when people abuse their words, the ideas in the groups. You want to mention your idea, they say, your idea also. The esteem goes down. And most of them attributed that to the backgrounds of other learners and so on. Then for some of the cases, this was school, in my codes, it's R, where they felt availability and access to resources was something which was very challenging because the library does not have enough internet data. When they go there, sometimes it's full because of the lot of students in the library and then the absence of the computers. The most interesting, ladies and gentlemen, this is what is ongoing in schools. The curriculum talks about studies from 8 to around 2 something, officially. I have almost all the schools I went, the timetable is from 8 to 5 p.m. And learners were able to testify how challenging it is. They study from 8 to 5. They are given 10 minutes to go and bathe. You're supposed to go and get supper. They're supposed to go for prep, which goes up to 10. And in case you're delaying, they're going to cane you. This is a very big issue. These are learners crying. Their well-being is a total mess. And these are children who are saying there's nothing, they have no power to make decisions in the school. The other one is the issue of social danger and religious practices. There's a school, I observed them when they were seated. Boys were alone, girls were alone. I asked them, why are you seated in the focus group discussion? Why were you seated as boys alone and why you, they're saying, somebody said, one of the children said, for me, from my primary, I've never sat next to a girl. So their religion, and much as teachers are emphasizing collaboration. So there are things which deter these children to sit next to one another. There are religious norms, religious practices, and some of them, there's a girl who said, for me, when I sit next to a boy, I feel switched on. Just imagine this is what this girl says. So meaning the way of their adolescent stage, possibly, they fear to sit next to boys. And as teachers, how do we support these learners come out of that? So I felt when you look at the findings, these findings basically agree with Bowo, who basically talked about the fact that learners construct knowledge, they're able to evaluate multiple perspectives and then synthesize this into solutions. The other one is these findings agree with Doe et al., who talks about guided inquiry, that it strengthens their conceptualization of ideas, and then the learners own the learning process. Then when you will go to the other finding on assessment, it agrees with the Topping, who basically talked about the power of peer assessment. Peer assessment deepens learning and helps in that small and not mentioned a lot of self-regulation. And then lastly, the real-life learning and competence development also agrees with Darling Hammond, who basically talks about the curriculum must develop the whole person, the head, the soul, and then the hands of the child. The other one is about the self-discovery, the digital skills. There's number 7 there is on parental and school support, and then the assessment for learning. This is something our teachers need to take into consideration, where they emphasize the 3 basic, much as they they don't dwell a lot on assessment of learning, but assessment for learning and assessment as learning is something that needs to be given a lot of attention. The issue of group structures influencing equitable, when children are demoralized in a group, it affects their participation. And then the issue of well-being of the children, the workload they're experiencing in the schools, it affects the scaffolding process of the teaching and learning process. Then lack of this access to digital skills, we're talking about literacy competence of the children. We cannot get literate when it comes to ICT, when you don't have opportunity to go and research for this information in the library. Lastly, the issue of gender. Gender influences participation patterns in the classroom. And as teachers, I feel this is something, as a teacher also, I feel this is something very interesting. As I conclude, I felt that I need to submit for you some recommendations where we could study. Number 2, especially number 2, gender and social cultural influences on learner participation in the classroom and their learner engagement. We could also take 2 and 4, especially also related to parental involvement in supporting learners' acquisition of the skills. That is what I can say in terms of recommendations. They are there. You can read for yourself. But as teachers, as parents, I wanted to say, because some of us here are parents, let us encourage study discipline when the children are at home. And to the partners, development partners, I see Christine and Ellie here, let us make sure that we support teachers when it comes to their capacity building. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we have come to the end of our presentations for this session. And as we had agreed, and as per our program, now it is a time for questions and the responses. So may I request Moses and Dasan to come back? And the IT team, can we flash the first presentation so that we can engage with them and then we move systematically? Have you enjoyed the presentations? I hope you have taken note. Can we really thank them for keeping us busy? They are very informative. So we are going to start with that first presentation. If you have any points of clarification, comments, appreciations, you can... I don't see mics on your desks. The first 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wow, this is a complete number. So we're going to start from my right, move like that. Are you audible enough? Yes, sir. Are we not online? Okay, okay. Yes.
Oh, thank you, brother. My name is Global Peace Service Ambassador, Kambula Milton, the president of Global Peace Foundation. My question goes to not only the panelists, but the entire NCDC, and of course ourselves. You realize that the limitations that you are sharing with us are integrated. They are speaking to each other. The limitation of ICT in enabling CBC, then collection of data means scaling up of data collection because it is scanty, small, Jinja only, 2 schools. This is the second International Curriculum Development Conference. We are supposed to present in your recommendations what should Parliament do, Minister of Finance, Minister of Education, a recommendation to the President, because we are wasting time here. This is not just a conference of a nursery school. We are talking about a continent called Africa. So I would wish, and I pray you answer for me one question. When shall we be ready to put this data clearer and present it to cabinet? Oba kwekalakasa tujja kola ki? We go to parliament. These people carry their pigs to parliament and they get money to increase whatever they. Others are saying, "Besije musomolole." For us here, we are on a big mountain. I have spent 25 years in research work. I deal with education in 52 nations. I just see very small work. With this journey, we are not going anywhere. So when are we ready? When are we ready? So that we now expand and move with serious data collection, scaled up, modeling, which you are talking about. ICT is a limitation. In rural, that's what you are saying there. But in your limitation, you are giving it as a small, a very small. You just say Uganda, the whole Uganda. Because that speaks a lot to us. I'm worried. Then NCDC has no legs, mouth, ears, has no stomach. We are not going anywhere. So tomorrow, I will challenge you in my presentation on the way forward. I want the minister this time to be here. So if he's not here, we are wasting time because all that data is only speaking to fellow teachers. We have no way. We have no investment. We are not the investors. So data, to be useful, we need the people who can consume it and invest. Thank you so much, please.
Thank you so much. The team, I want to raise this question. My name is Maureen Nampera. I'm a senior curriculum specialist in charge of local languages at the National Curriculum Development Center, but also the acting manager, primarily by the grace of God. I'm drawing great lessons from the Building Tomorrow, who are our partners as NCDC, but I wanted to get a few clarifications. You, Building Tomorrow, are using a model that builds on the phonics approach to learning, reading, which is very successful in most cases. I wanted to hear from you, one, when you are implementing the TAL model, one of the biggest questions in all our classrooms has been time. I don't know, and I want to be educated because teachers in most cases do not see this as an extra task on top of their teaching. I want you to tell me, where have you got that time? 15 minutes luxury to do the phonics. Has it been integrated in the existing lessons? Is it separate lesson or has it time? The second has always been teacher capacity. In all literacy models we are doing in this country, the teacher has been a very significant factor in implementation. The good news is we are integrating phonics in the curriculum. But we want to draw lessons from you guys who have used this. How have you handled teacher capacity? Because the teacher like me, trained 20, 30, 40 years ago, doesn't have this phonics. How have you done this? Lastly, can we assume that all the factors that are contributing to the success of this program has been our intervention, or there have been other factors? And I want to know, did you have a control cohort such that we can say very confidently that the effect of our intervention has brought this learner to read this much? Or what is the magic? I want to know that. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for Building Tomorrow. I think we are making progress. I one day will call you to coach me. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, with due respect, we may need to limit the questions. No, not others. Maybe you ask one or two, but he was a manager, so
Okay. Margaret Baleta, and my question is,
it would be good kindly you tell us your name and your constituency. This is also an engagement and we collaborate. You never know.
all right. I said Margaret Baleta, with Reading Association of Uganda. I want to thank Building Tomorrow for a very good intervention and maybe assessment, because what we had mainly was the assessment that you carried out. My question is, there, from sound to word, there are several other smaller units. I wonder why they were skipped from sound level, letter recognition to syllable, then word. I just wonder why they were skipped. Is there a reason behind this? And maybe another shorter question is, how long are the stories that they are able to do all these in 15 minutes?
Thank you. With your consensus, can they answer this? Is it okay? You may know, you never know, they may answer some questions which are coming. So Dennis,
Dasan.
Dasan,
Yes.
kindly just take the questions.
Okay, I'm going to respond to the very, very last question she asked. And then one other question that was asked by the lady that came first. And the very last question which she was asking, how long, did you ask about how long a phonics lesson take?
I think
This,
first the jumping.
the story is, first of all, what is being projected there is an example of 15 minutes phonics lesson. It is lesson 15. They are structured in a way that you cannot teach lesson 2 before teaching lesson 1. You can't teach lesson 10 before teaching lesson 9. So each of them builds onto the other until you reach lesson 40. Sometimes, I know someone asked about time. Sometimes it is hard. In some schools, we found some teachers moving up to maybe lesson 30, lesson 32. So time is not really, I mean, in some cases, it is a competing kind of things. But largely, especially on the time component, the 15 minutes, of course, we teach both literacy and numeracy. We brought it in a way that before, whether the teacher is going to teach numeracy or literacy, the first 15 minutes are for phonics. And the reason is, if we just go back to what my colleague Moses said, it is something that we've been doing. It's like sort of an iterative kind of engagement or research that we are doing. Many research activities were done as far, actually from 2021, we did another city. Then in 2023, we partnered with an organization called Bora Bora, also doing an implementation research. And it was clearly showing that learners were doing badly in literacy. So one of our new partner called Prevail brought us this idea, and we were trying to test to see whether actually it was working. And indeed, from the results that we saw there, we saw encoding and decoding improving. I'm trying to answer some of the questions, just combining them. On the comparison group, we did not have a comparison group, but we are building on a series of research activities that we are doing, but also using our implementation data, which clearly showed, especially P4 and P5 learners, we are doing badly off. For example, because for someone to be able to read maybe a word, they should be able to know the sound. to know the sounds of letters, and then they're able to merge them or combine them to read words better. So we thought, starting from that point, we can be able to achieve that. And indeed, somehow, we have achieved some percentage, and it has been rolled out. So in 2027, we hope to do a full-scale RCT, which will have those comparison groups that we are looking at, and it will be massive. It will look at a number of districts, and this gentleman, what he was talking about, from that research, we should be able to draw big conclusions that can reach the level of parliament and or the continent at large. I know my colleague is going to answer some other questions, but I also want to talk about how we handle the training. So we have a group of people whom we call fellows. These are young graduates. So we have a whole fellowship program. We bring them on for a 2-year kind of, I may call it a fellowship. It can even be an internship. We put them in different, we assign them different schools. So these people, they are not necessarily teachers. Some of them are teachers, some of them are graduates of other courses. So we train them on our approach to education, the TAL, and other things they are supposed to do. So they become like sort of master trainers in this field. So actually, this tells us that it's not even about just teachers. Anyone else can be trained and support the system. So it's more like a resilient system. So we train these fellows. They are the ones who continuously train these teachers. But before they do that kind of cascade work, we first invite these teachers for about a week or two, and we take them through each of these lessons. We normally use the approach of 60, 20, then 10-10. The 60 is practice. So when we are doing the training, 60% of the time during the training, they do practice. Then the 10 is more of us maybe lecturing and clarifying on things. The other 10 is on feedback coming from the teachers. And then, of course, the other remaining 20 is breaks, the breaks that come within. So we train those teachers. And then the fellows who are our ground resource, human resource, they keep on going to these schools and giving extra training. And then the staff from Building Tomorrow also keep doing these periodic trainings. I will allow my colleague to respond to one or two, or putting extra context.
I will be very brief. So is it separate time? Yes, it is separate time. We work with the schools, and they allow us time on their timetable from the remedial time they have to conduct the program. How we deal with the teachers, he has mentioned it. We train the teachers through our fellows, and also our fellows give them support, ongoing support. But also that to mention, Building Tomorrow is getting a new roadmap whereby we are going to be working with PTCs, recruiting teachers from PTCs, recruiting them from Unity campuses, and they will be the people that we train and send to train teachers. But also we shall also be training the entire teacher educators at large at the PTCs. That mentioned, did we have a control arm? This research has been longitudinal. This 2025, we didn't have a control arm. In 2026, we have a control arm. We are looking at our program without phonics and our program with phonics. And from term one data, we have seen that it has been more impactful for the learners at beginner level or at the lowest level, those who can't even recognize letter sounds. But we are even implementing this research in term 2, term 3, and we'll be doing a larger one in 2027. Going to the madam who asked me about why we are moving from sounds to words. Our reference for our phonics is Jolly Phonics. And when learners are decoding, when learners are using this instructional method to learn how to read, they recognize the letter sound that each letter has. For example, they will say E, G, big. So they read a word by sounding out those letters. They break down a word by the sounds and then learn how to read it. But we also teach them, there are also other aspects of phonics where we have letter teams. two letters making one sound, for example, SH doing sh. So we add these motions so that learners can easily master can easily remember these letter sounds. And yeah, lastly, how long are the stories? I hope you can see an example of how a story looks like. It is simple and comprised of decodable words. Words whereby you can join the letter sounds to read the word. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have other questions? I think this one has been a mother one. How many hands are left? Oh.
Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Just be brief to the point.
Yes, I'm going to talk about the challenge the presenters have talked concerning stakeholders engagement gap. For the time I've been in schools and for new curriculum period, I've realized that the stakeholders gap has influenced the curriculum negatively. For example, these days schools are influenced by parents on how they should implement the curriculum in the area, mostly in the area of reporting and communicating feedback. NCDC comes and guides, this is how assessment should be done, and reporting should be done this way. The report card should contain ABCD, should be competence-based, and teachers should talk about general skills, general remarks, attitudes, values, and so forth. But because parents are not trained, they have a knowledge gap on the curriculum. They were not involved. They tell schools, I don't understand this. I want my usual report card. And when a school resists, this parent takes away the learner. Because schools don't want to lose learners, because those are the people who maintain the school, they now twist towards what the parent is saying. The parent who has no knowledge of the curriculum. This has affected the curriculum. And when they do that, we also have the issue of head teachers, administrators, who have the curriculum knowledge gap. They also, NCDC trained teachers, they go to school, when they start doing the right thing, then the administrator stands and says, I want you to assess learners like this. The director of the school stands and says, I want you to assess and report like this. And then the teacher, who is trained and knows what to do, also changes because he wants to earn a living. So those two under the stakeholder engagement gap has affected the curriculum. And I request NCDC to look into it. Let parents be trained. We can use these platforms. We have foundation bodies. Number one, they have structures right from top to the parent. This curriculum can be talked about every Sunday in the church, every Friday in a mosque, and let's say 5 minutes of a teacher telling parents of how the curriculum is good, how it should be taught, and how it should be reported, so that the parent gets to know. I have schools where you find that where parents are empowered. If teachers don't teach learners in a competence-based way, they start questioning what kind of teachers are those. For example, learners are not doing projects. Learners are not expressing themselves. And they start comparing with other learners from other schools. Why? Because they are empowered. So we can use platforms for congregations and spread the gospel of the curriculum. I'm Joseph Twine, National Coordinator, .idea-systems.shule, and I'm a teacher. I'm training teachers to integrate ICT in education processes. But I even go ahead and train them in curriculum where I find they have gap and I empower them. I thank you so much.
I think that was for noting. Not really a question. So members, let's try to be short. Kindly, I request. To the point.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I am Naomi Namanya from Makerere University, and it's as if he just copied what I'm going to present. I'll be explaining the gap on the stakeholders' side. in our implementation of CBC. But my concern, as Ambassador said, when we take studies in the urban areas and we don't go as far as peri-urban and rural areas, we are missing it out because we are planning for the whole of Uganda. If we are looking at Uganda or all children in Uganda, then the studies should even start from rural areas. We see the setbacks, we come back to Peri, then we end up maybe with the urban centers. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have comments or we have questions? Yes? We have to wind up.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Robert. I work with Watch Out Canada. Mine is, you know, TAL evidence has shown that TAL is very effective in improving the foundational literacy skills of learners and therefore contributing to improvement in learning outcomes. One of the things I think that we are looking at, how do we integrate it in the normal program for the schools, especially the calendar? And that brings me to the question of implementation fidelity. Some of the issues I think that I wanted to hear from you, when it comes to the fidelity of implementation. I know there are issues that can affect, like, for example, if you're doing, I don't know whether you're doing it in the government schools or it is a privately funded program. But if it's being done in government schools, then there are issues of motivation of teachers, issues of workload, and therefore it affects fidelity of implementation. So I just wanted to learn from you, what is your experience in as far as that is concerned?
Take now the last one. This was generated a lot of debate. Time.
Thank you so much. My name is Patrick from Wezo, Uganda. I think the TAL methodology has drawn a lot of interest. Mine is going to be a quick one. The percentage gains in your, what you call the longitudinal study, I wonder whether we could have seen much more gains had you stretched it, for example, for a whole year, rather than, say, 2 terms. And then also, I don't know whether you could have leveraged on the parent support in ensuring that they also give a hand in supporting the learners to improve, for example, reading a basic story or reading words. But again, that's another debate for another day, because there is sound and then there is the letter name itself. So then the last one is, you know, most of these studies we do, once we don't involve government, there can be several issues, even at international conferences like this, because then we would like that government is the stakeholder of these standards. So in coming up with the way you assess the learners, that, for example, those at the Curriculum Development Center are also consulted, so that these tasks, because they are what we call the task developers at the NCDC, so would have been also good that you consult them, so that there is a high level of acceptance when you present such findings at such a forum. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are going to end here for this presentation. We have to finish. Okay, 1 minute. Go straight to the question.
Thank you so much. I'm Peterson Walujo, a primary school teacher. For all the discussions that have taken place, I saw there is a certain level that seems to be forgotten. In the statement of release for UNEBU last year, the report says examiners and curriculum specialists, the people we are talking to right here, appreciated the quality of the papers that were administered to children in primary schools at P7. The papers recognized the paradigm shift to competence-based learning, and the questions reflected this shift. And the teachers were blamed, especially for one particular subject, social studies, that they have failed to adjust their teaching methods to match up with the shift. My question here is, we all know that for secondary education and other levels of education, the foundation is primary. But look here, the shift has been made in assessment, and the teachers who are supposed to prepare these learners for this assessment, they are not engaged to get to that level that they can implement that curriculum at primary level the way they should do it. Now the assessment takes a different direction. The teaching, the implementation of the curriculum itself is still taking a different course. What is the plan of NCDC? To bring educators in primary schools on board, because they are supposed to be laying the foundation for secondary education and other levels of education. Thank you.
Wow, I think that's that one the Secretariat is going to note, but is not part of the presentation. Because it is that's who presented, not NCDC, but we take note. But also remember, in Uganda, assessment is UNEP. So we are going to forward these things. May I request Dasan?
Yes, responding.
1 minute, you finalize.
Just in 1 minute.
And I set you free.
Thank you.
You may not be here.
we love the engagement, and we also love that this has sparked a lot of reaction, and we keep learning from you. Someone talked about implementation fidelity, and indeed it is true. There is a challenge in one or the other, but in a way, we have different ways through which we curb this. One, we have an observation tool, which is we see how, when we train these teachers, do they actually follow the structure, the way we structure the lesson, do they do that? And that observations data is collected by the group of people I call the fellows. Each of those fellows has 4 schools they support, and the expectation is that at least in a week, they visit at least 1 school. So every week, that person at least visits that school. And the other thing that we always push for is to make sure that these lessons or extra lessons are on the school timetable, and a good number of these schools have put it, though we still have a challenge that some schools do it when they are free, like for example, break time, games time, which I think competes with the other time which children should be enjoying their co-curricular. So those are some of the challenges that we are still grappling with, but we continue to think through to see how we can do better. Then there was a question on engaging the stakeholders, especially the government and NCDC. I want to tell you that our manual, especially the one for literacy, it was approved by NCDC. If I'm lying, please prove me wrong, the NCDC. So it's actually approved by NCDC. It's well known. Whatever we are implementing there, they are in the loop. But also we highly engage the district officials. Whichever training that we do, whichever activity that we do on the ground, the district officials are in the loop. Then on the parents, there was a question on parents. I think let me allow my colleague to respond to that. Engaging parents support or community support. And then we conclude. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. From down.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will not lie, for the parent support, there is no engagement we had with parents. We did not collect any data on engagement with parents, but what I can say is that the fellows that we work with always do community visits and engage these parents to ensure that, to convince them to take their children to school and attend not only what is of the program, but even the entire curriculum at large. For assessment, we use the standard EGRA tool that is used for early grade, assessing early grade learners. Yeah, the motivation here, said the challenges are there, but the biggest motivation is that if you truly see that learners are benefiting from this methodology, one who couldn't read can read today, then it motivates you to implement the program. But the challenges still remain. Thank you. Someone talked over stretched time. Like I mentioned, this research has been longitudinal, it's still happening. But what we saw even in 2025 was that the results kept on improving over time. So you'd find that if learners read maybe 11 words in term 2, they would go up to 17 words in term 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we support the group? I think, Doctor, this group has had enough. And I think now for the other groups, except we only ask them one question each. The engagements will continue. Dasan is here. Please. Our tea, also, as we go for exhibition, we can always engage you. Thank you very much. And thank you for the resilience. So, colleagues, I have here Dr. Abdul, I have Joyce, I have Emmanuel. We can ask them one question each and we end this session. And I'm going to pick 3 people and we end there. The 3 hands are already up. Thank you. So, can we start from there?
Thank you, Dr. Rothmio, moderator. My name is Okech Richard, an educator and also an activist in education transformation, volunteering with the Global Peace Foundation. My question stems from the first discussant on the issue of lesson planning. In his finding finding 3, prototype tools show promise, the first bullet says, limited training, constrained, effective, competency-based lesson planning and implementation nationwide. My question, therefore, is, the number of secondary school teachers countrywide vis-a-vis those that have received the first dose of this training, yet now we are in the 6th year of the competency-based curriculum. What is your plan to ensure that this is successfully rolled out until we reach the journey he was talking about? When are we going to be there? Why am I asking this question? NCDC designs curriculum. DES implements or enforces the curriculum. I can tell you authoritatively, retooling a 45-year-old person, a 50-year-old educationist, 55 and above, retooling them in a 2-day session, once in 2 years, where are we going to reach? People are still lecturing. Lecture method is still the order of the day. They are still giving notes the same way we have been doing since the British came here and brought their curriculum. What is the plan? Thank you.
Thank you. Second question. I think I've already taken those who are going to ask questions. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. I'm Kisige Abdu from NCDC. Actually, my concern goes to the comments being raised. They are good, but the only challenge, as a person who is speaking from academia, is that they are not directed towards the improvement of those people's work. And yet, at the end of the day, this work is going to be disseminated. I appreciate the first gentleman who gave the reactions towards all the presentations. They were good, but I wish these comments are going directly to so and so you improve this. Because at the end of the day, Doctor, you know very well that these are papers which are going to be disseminated and will be consumed. Now, the other aspect is on the people who presented something on EJAR. They were talking about 900 learners. What procedure were they using or they used regarding that? The second presentation by Dr. Aziz is talking about 100% response rate. And I'm finding it hard to integrate this into a qualitative study. Don't you think that this is numerical? You would suggest now you go back to the methodology and suggest a mixed method with a bias on qualitative? The third presenter, that's Joyce. I was looking at the title,
with it's 2 a day. And if someone is going to read it, before even he could go to the body of the work, he's already tired. So I think, Madam, you need to think about that. And also you think about how you determine the population, as well as arriving at the sample. Now, my colleague from Chambogo, your work is academia, is a thesis, I think so, and you are going to present it. You were talking about the learner's experience, but I was asking myself when I was sitting here, what's the problem? Because I remember when you were talking about the background, I thought you could chip in and bring a problem that, learners are experiencing this, and this is the cause of this study. So that must come out clear. Then how did you arrive at the 30 learners? What technique did you use to arrive at the 30 learners, and how did you select the schools you were talking about? I think for the moment. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Can we have the last question? The rest, we shall continue engaging with them since we are still here, part of this evening and tomorrow. Yes.
All right. Thank you. I'm Nicholas Opiti from Watoto. Thank you, the presenters, for the research you have done. It gives us a lot of things to think, but also to have to celebrate. My concern or question goes to, I came when there's actually the presenter who was presenting about CBC implementation. I can't remember the topic very well, but I got a concern when it came to sample size, and there were only 21 or 19 teachers, and was done in Jinja. I looked through it, I asked myself 2 questions, and this question I want to impose to him or all of them. What criteria you used to get those 19 or 20, I think 21? Actually, 19 teachers. Don't you see that there's a lot of high margin error? Because now if we talk about teachers who are implementing this, also CBCs, and we have so many districts, but apart from that district, we have so many teachers, and you only pick 19. I see it is very difficult to accept that as a result, because there is a lot of error margin that is seen there. Question is, okay, was it what you talk about limitation, but that limitation doesn't validate the sample size you have picked. Could more research be done on that? Because as someone said, when we come to an international conference like this, we expect what's going to be presented, things that affect the whole nation. But when you look at it, one district, 19 or 20, doesn't give, it's very hard to accept that results. I don't know whether the 19 or 21 was picked from different schools within that district or was picked from one school. The same concern goes to someone, a lady who I can't recall, I came a bit late and was trying to get a thing. I also look at the research done in Kampala. Now, I come from science background. At a certain time, we have to do a control. How do we pick that results when we have not compared with someone who is maybe in a village school to get asked what to do and how can we implement this? Because when you look at Kampala school, always they are fully resourced. Yes, I might understand that, but when I also look at the sample picked, it is not adequate enough to come out with the findings. That's my concern. But the question is, how did you come with that? And how can you do better so that when we present next time, it's something that attracts the attention of international bodies which are here, but also development partners which are here. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the presenters respond and we end? Okay. Yes, I start with the lady. You can use the mic, you put it on, and then just briefly.
Thank you, Chairperson and my members. The audience, we appreciate the comments we have received. Our research was not funded. I cannot give an excuse for that, for not reaching a large sample size. but that comments have been taken in good faith. I'm going to do a consideration to have a bigger sample size and have also a control group, move to also a rural setting and see how IBL is being implemented in teaching of chemistry or any other science subject. I submit.
Thank you. Probably this could be a pointer, and then we can look for more funding to do a full-scale research.
Can I also comment,
Yes.
respond? Thank you, our dear colleagues, for your responses and the guidance. Just like my colleague, yes, this is an international conference, and it draws many stakeholders together, partners and individual scholars and the public. Some of our studies are self-initiated with small funding, and hoping that it will initiate a further conversation whereby you can do a larger study. Okay, so this is a teaser to us, to you, that maybe one of you would come out and say, okay, we'd like to do it in a bigger way. It seems to be interesting. Let's go the wider scale and we do a bigger study. That's why you find that we have this. On the issue of the numbers, maybe that's what I would say, that mine was purposive sampling, and it was in Jinja. I wanted to check out to see if we can come up with better schemes of work and lesson plans that would inform the delivery of the competence-based curriculum, moving away from the old, because what was present was the old schemes of work, which were teachers were really riding on. So when we came up with an improved version of the scheme of work and lesson plan, we found that it was yielding better results. But of course, it required further training so that it can be used appropriately. So because of resources and time, it could not happen well. So hoping that if we got more funding, we'll do it much bigger and we get to the conclusion to that. Otherwise, we thank you for your contributions and guidance. Thank you.
Yes, Emmanuel?
Thank you so much. I have three questions from Abdul. One is, what was the issue? Like I said, this is just a third of the research that was done. The curriculum tells us that we need to nurture, we need to foster 21st century skills, the critical thinking skills. The question is how? I'm going to teach my biology in the classroom. How do I do the nurturing of 21st century skills while teaching my biology lesson, such that they are intertwined, integrated? So my challenge was, how are teachers, how are learners managing the process? Because I'm dealing with two things. So I have only picked a component of the learner, but this was another component where I interacted with teachers, how they're able to integrate, and also the understanding of 21st century, what are they really? Because there were discussions about these, and children are born with them. Others are saying, no, children are not born with them. They come to school, and it's the school environment that nurtures those skills. So the debate is on another section. Now, for this one, I wanted to understand, what are the learners' particular experiences when the teachers are doing the integration process? How are they acquiring those skills? That was my major issue. Now, you also asked about the third learners, how I arrived at the third learners. I said I observed teachers. There were around, I think around 12 teachers whom I observed their lessons. I chose one of the lessons, one of the classes that I observed. It was basically senior 2 and senior 3. So how I chose the 10 per school, pick some learners from senior 2, pick others from senior 3, since I observed the two classes, and I made sure that I hear from both the boys and the girls in case the school is a mixed school. So it was very purposive in nature. Then the selection of the three categories of schools, I basically mapped out through the support of the district education office. I wanted data about the ownership of the schools in the district. I wanted ownership. Why? Because I want to understand from a public or a government school, from a private individual owned school, and from those seed schools. There are those schools called the seed. Because in terms of affiliation, those schools, some are low resourced, others are high resourced, and in terms of infrastructure, others are really up there, others are low. So that was one of the issues. Then I also wanted to understand the religious backgrounds of these schools, because these are some of the things through literature, these are some of the things that there are some external factors that can influence the nurturing of the skills. And then, of course, I wanted to hear the influence of the nature of the school, day, boarding, and mixed school. That's the kind of mapping I did. And the 3 schools were fitting in those categories because I wanted to triangulate all my information and make sure that I cover as much as possible every category of the school I involved. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. Can we appreciate the group and the team for having done wonderful presentations, and also for yourselves. You have been very alert. I didn't see anybody sleep indeed. And you have asked very powerful questions. And as part of the organizing team, indeed, all your comments we have taken. And you could see that some of the issues cut across. The issue of sampling, the methodology. Probably these are just pointers, and we can pick them up from there. And as you have noted, these are individual efforts. So probably we can look for more funding to still expound on this. And also remember, in the morning, we had a presentation that a human being at whatever age can still transform himself. So I think we can use these opportunities as we engage and collaborate, also to transform ourselves, so that when we live here, we go with a different mindset, and all this is aimed at ensuring that our learners, they are benefiting from our efforts. I appreciate also the concerns of very many. I can hear the partners, you are talking loud. How I wish God gives you the grace to look for more resources so that we can be able to improve on our curriculum. So we have now come to the end, and I'm reliably informed that our tea is ready. But also we can see that we have display. So as we pick a cup of tea, instead of using those tables, we can use it to also look at the displays that are being made as we wait for the next session. Thank you very much. Enjoy your evening tea.